Good morning. It's a pretty nice song. I need to add that to my like list. Might feature in the game one day, who knows? Need to talk to the artist. Okay, let's get the Unity screen up and going. Here we go. Let's get to work, shall we? Video buffering? What are you on about, Twitch? Chill out. Okay. Nice. We're here. There's so many annoying errors currently. In the game. It's not errors, it's warnings, but still, like, they just keep growing. Let's go hot reload. Get activated. Open the C# project. I think I'm also just gonna close all these tabs. Yeah. And then we can... Hey, Damon. Why are you just spamming pictures? Has something gone wrong on YouTube side? A gorilla. That's very informative, thank you. Thank you very much for all that information. Okay. So, we're gonna continue with the abilities that we are adding. So I'm just straight up gonna start this. And let's go. Chicken watermelon. Drumstick watermelon even. I don't know what's going on in your head right now. You on some other planet. Okay. What are we trying? What did we try to do? So let's open up our Meteor Manager. And I think the spawner as well. Where would that have been? Ugh. Finding scripts. It would be in characters. characters, and it would be inside the wizard character passive. Money. A calendar. And that's a nuclear symbol, right? Okay, so there's a couple of things I want to still, kind of hook in, yeah? Okay, so let's think about this. So currently, when we spawn the meteor, we give it a base damage, right? Or, well, we give it the base damage. But I don't think that's exactly what we should do. So, when you spawn a meteor, I think we should have the damage be based on a few things, right? Like your... well, it should change based on your passive strength. Right? What are you out on about, Mr. Damon? I'm gonna need you to start talking sense. It seems like you're saying that there's no sound. But it also seems like you're just talking a lot of nonsense, so I don't know how to interpret that. Or if I even should. I think I might not. Okay. So when we spawn a meteor, we want to do a couple of things. I think essentially, we could do float damage equals base damage, for instance. And now we just need to think, how does the base damage get changed, augmented, or whatever, by our passive strength? Right, so our passive strength is a percentage, as far as I remember. So it would make sense if we could simply just multiply this by our character data dot get upgrade character data stat so dot stat name dot passive strength, right? So something like that. Now since, okay, this is just gonna be a big number like 100 or something. So if we wanted to act as if it's a percentage, we also need to multiply this by the percentage. Right, is this gonna work effectively? It will, I guess, but the passive is currently a little bit all over the place, to be honest, so okay, we'll just do times 0.01 and that should at least work out. David, hey, you're on some other planet. Hey, Wallaby, how's it going, man? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well. Alright, so now at least the damage is augmented by the passive strength. Just straightforwardly, right? So we just increase it based on our passive strength. Now, what will also be kind of nice is if the spawn time reduced as you get stronger. Right, so as your passive strength increases, perhaps it reduces your spawn time. So that's a bit of a different one, right? Not sure how we can hook that into the passive strength I mean, it's not that difficult, but still, it's a bit of a... So, what we can do is we could take the spawn timer and just... Let's see. Oh, okay. This is also not going to work because we need to do 1+ actually on this side. Because otherwise, like if you have 50% passive strength, it's just going to reduce it by 50%. We want to increase it by 50%, right? Yeah. Strength. Oh, this passive strength. Okay. It's strength T8, right? That was the problem. And I think Unity or Visual Studio would have renamed it everywhere because I did it like that. Yeah, we can only hope, right? Only hope. We'll see if it works or not. Okay, so the spawn timer. How are we gonna make this one work out? Damon is on some other planet. He must be... He's probably high on something. The only thing that makes sense now. Okay, so let's change this. Let's stick it in here. So now it updates more regularly, all the passives. Probably, it's probably not a big deal. We'll see if what the difference is going to be. But what that means is we can now change the spawn timer a little bit more straightforwardly. You're back from the ad bus. Wow, okay, you didn't say ad bus. But still. Okay, let's see. So spawn timer max. So we need to think about this. So we have this passive strength percentage. So let's say your passive strength goes up to 100%, right? Just thinking about this. If it's 100%, that's very straightforward what that means for your base damage, right? Your base damage is, or your damage that you're going to do is doubled, right? So whatever the base damage is set to, you'll have double the damage. Okay. The only thing is, at the same time then, you would also have a faster spawn rate. I don't know if I'm completely on board with that idea or not. It's a bit of a... Because it's now scaling exponentially if you think about it in terms of the DPS. Right. So a very straightforward way we could do this is we could just take the time passed and multiply it by this, right? So if you think about what that would do, is every time your spawn timer gets incremented, it just increments faster, essentially. So we just take the time passed, and so if it's 0.1 seconds, it could now be 0.2 seconds instead that we add, so that means the timer is going to count down faster. Right, we could try something like that. I'm just careful because I need to remember that this passive update is a inner loop. I'm not sure. I don't think this is too much to do for a loop like that. What we can do as well is we could just have another private float passive timer maybe. Yeah. And we can do passive timer. What did I call this? Passive time. No, it's a timer. So I could do passive timer plus equal delta time. And then I could do, and this might be unnecessary, but if passive timer greater than 0.1, right, we can have it run the character passive. Right, and then we could just do passive timer equals 0. Something like that. It's not, I mean, it's okay, right? Yeah, I don't really use coroutines. This is very intuitive for me, and I haven't used a lot of coroutines. Like I'm still a little bit unsure what they actually do and how they work. To be honest with you. I could figure it out. Okay, you know what? Let's use this as a learning opportunity. So I have written a coroutine before. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna go get it, and let's try and change this to a coroutine as well. Yeah, let's see if I actually start using them, I might get somewhere in the future. So, hey, Damon, he finally said words, and obviously he's criticizing my decision to use a coroutine now. Makes sense. It's about right. It's what I expect from Damon. Okay, so how would we do this? So I've done this coroutine. Start coroutine, show character level up UI, right? And then I do yield return, wait for 2 seconds. So am I understanding this correct now? So we'd want private enumerator character passive. Okay, we don't need delta time here necessarily. And then we'd have to do start. Okay, so here's now, how do we start the coroutine? Where do we do that? So I could do yield wait for a few seconds, I suppose, if I wanted. And then I would call it somewhere. The only question is now, this doesn't seem right. See, this is now where it's like, I don't actually know what I'm doing. That's why I stick with my little... Okay, yeah, we'll have to do start go routine. Right. Okay. I get that. And the coroutine that we start is the character passive, right? So that seems correct. Okay. So this doesn't seem correct, right? Okay, so... Okay. I like that idea. So we do a co-routine. This would be character passive. Let's call it a routine equals that. Okay. So here's my problem. So currently, obviously, the coroutine is in an update loop. That doesn't seem right. Okay, so maybe we do... If we did it like that, so we have a coroutine, so now it's a global variable. Wait, do we have to... you guys on... I'm getting two people's input at the same time, and that's obviously not what I need to do. Right, so let's suppose this happens at start, I suppose. Right. Okay, so let's just assume I do it like this, right? So we start the coroutine at start. That's okay. Okay, so here's my problem. How do I restart it? We need to change this to wait for seconds. And let's just say we wait for 0.2 seconds, right? Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, returns a coroutine into the class only to be referenced. Coroutine. No. Damn, I don't understand any of this. In the routine for each do stuff and then yield return, wait for seconds. Okay, so this way made sense to me, right? I call this end level function. Then I start a coroutine. Character level up. I toggle pause. I let it wait for 2 seconds, and then I do the rest. Right? That was fine, because when I wanted to end level again for the next level, it just does the same thing. Now, in this situation, we can obviously do it at start, which is okay. But I wanted to do something like an update. Let's go check out the Unity documents, right? So I want... Okay, so I want the thing to do... Okay, this is just getting an input to start a coroutine. Okay, resuming coroutines. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Yield return new, wait for seconds. So that just waits for seconds. Before the next iteration. That's interesting. Okay, let's read a little bit here. Okay. Okay, so it's basically a method that can suspend execution and resume it at a later time. Okay, so that makes sense. Curry start running in one frame and then resume in another. Yeah, that's fine. Allowing you to spread tasks over 3 frames. Yeah, that all makes sense. My only problem is running it again. Do I still run the coroutine in the update? That's a bit strange to me. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, and this is a bit strange, I still need to have the coroutine be called during update. Otherwise, it's never going to start again. Can I have the coroutine start itself? Like a recursive function. That would make more sense, actually. If that makes sense. So the coroutine would start itself recursively. Because remember, all I want is I want this thing to run, wait for 0.2 seconds, do something, then go back to the top. Right? I want it to work like an update function where it can continuously loop. But the loop should be only every 0.2 seconds. Right? Does that make sense? Because I feel like, but it might start another coroutine and then wait. This thing is not going to work, right? Because the previous coroutine doesn't quite finish, does it? You can do a repeat call. Yeah, but the coroutine, once it started, should loop. What about this? While true. Does that work, actually? That seems pretty straightforward as well, actually. Would it wait now 0.2 seconds every time it loops? So now every time it comes around, it'll wait for 2 seconds, do this, wait for 0.2 seconds, do that. Right, but now I only start one coroutine and it will loop infinitely. And there will always be a pause. Async makes more sense. What does async do? I've seen something like that as well, but I don't know. Because there's so many things in Unity that I don't understand yet, but anyway. So let's see. Async. I've seen people talk about async await. And I'm also not sure exactly what that means. The awaitable class. Oh, geez, now I'm learning stuff. Oh. So you can also do a while true, await, Oh yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Hey, Wallaby, I basically made a custom update function that runs every 0.2 seconds essentially now. Okay, so async core. Okay, so if I used async, that's now getting into multi-threading, if I understand this correctly, hey? Okay. Ah, geez, you guys are overwhelming me with information. Oh, Damon, that makes sense. So that could be... I have a moment like that. Okay, so I'm gonna stick with the coroutine, right? I'm gonna say that this is okay for now. And then I should probably also look into these async await stuff maybe one day in the future. Okay, now we can see if this works. It should work, I believe. Okay. Let's just save that and let's see. Okay, so now my time pass will be shorter and my damage will be more. And we now tick every 0.2 seconds. Which I guess is okay. I don't actually know. Let's go then. Whoops. Hello? No, there's what we want. Okay. Oh, Damon, I actually updated my Unity. Not to the latest beta branch or whatever, just so that it's up to the next LTS release. Okay. So... no, this is not where I changed that. It's actually part of the players, right? The wizard character. Okay. So the wizard character has this passive ability. Currently the spawn time is way too low. Let's make it like 5 seconds. And let's make the base damage 5 as well. Let's make this like, I don't know, 35. Yeah, that's what I hope that too. Hopefully it's just enough update to have fixed all the UI builder stuff, but I don't know. I haven't really built any UI since yesterday. So we'll see how it goes. Okay. Let's give it a test. I actually don't know what my team looks like right now. You know, let's just give it a play. Let's do a normal play. Oh, we're on a standard team. Okay. Let's go to main menu. And, okay, now there's gonna be a bunch of music playing. Okay, so let's do a funny team. So 3 owls and a robin, why not? And the idea is that the owls obviously have... They all have the same passive ability. And they all have a passive strength of 100%. So the spawn time will be halved. And the damage doubled. So these are going to be some serious meteors, I would say. Yeah, but we can see how this goes. Let's just give them a chair, because they can only spawn the fireball meteor shower thing when they are watching the fight. So we need to get them in a chair. And we can unlock a few other things like the blacksmith and the spa. Just upgrade those. There we go. Very nice. I have so much money. Anyway, let's just go. So let's see. So there should be fireballs starting. Okay. I should also change the sound. And they're falling in... Oh, I changed the radius. So they're falling much further away now, hey? Yeah. Alright, that was not very interesting. Okay, so let's see. So if I can, I'm gonna try and get their passive strength increased. And obviously I'm not gonna get that option. Man. What does this do? Increases wisdom spell damage, but reduces movement speed and dodge chance. Okay, let's put it on one of the owls. I think my labels need to be longer. I wonder if I should change the radius again. Why is this thing saying that? Missing reference exception. The object of type Unity Engine Animator has been destroyed and you are trying to access it. I don't know why this is happening now. And it's only when you do your backflip. I don't see anything break, but it says it's breaking. It's a bit weird. Okay, we got a few. Oh, this is just a bunch of Whizbeak stuff. Okay, well, let's give it to all the owls. Give me passive strength. Ah. This is terrible. Look at that, nice. Nuked one of the lizards. Yeah, I wonder if I should make the radius a bit smaller. I think I should, hey? Because they're falling way off screen and that kind of feels bad. Like, even if they do something there, like kill something, I don't see it. Whoa. And I want to see these fireballs eradicating lizards. Yeah, I think that's a change I need to make. Ah, geez, you've got to be kidding me. Still no passive strength. Wow. I get passive strength on the flippin' Robin. That's very useful. Okay, let's go change it a little bit. So I think the radius should be smaller. Let's see if I can figure out why this is a thing, this error. Why does it compile after I finish playing the game? That's weird. Could this be... You love the effects. Thanks, random wallaby. Could this be... I wonder. There's... the Unity has two input systems, right? So, okay, well, there's this one. Which I don't think this is the problem. Because, let's see, we have... which one do I actually use? We have move, we have attack. which is space. Apparently. Yeah, and left mouse button. I don't think it compiled. This has been so... This shows up every once in a while. Let's see, so... Unity animator has been destroyed. You're still trying to access it. Your script should either check... Special... Animator set trigger, special attack trigger. Why would that be the case? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, and it plays, like it obviously triggers the attack. That's so weird. When I destroy the game object, but I'm still trying to run code. Okay, so the character animator... Okay, so the animator is obvious. That's just an animator, right? So if we go and we look at like our ranger, she's got a animator, right? So I just plug that in, right? That is the animator that I plug in, and at no point would I have destroyed it, because you'd think about it. If I do animator.set trigger and I set the special attack, why does she do the backflip? Oh, you think I might have two archers? Oh, wait. Could that have happened? Okay. I like this reasoning. Okay, let's try something. I have an idea. So if that could be the case, yeah, random wallaby. That makes sense. Okay, so here's this could be the situation. So these four characters, they live here all the time, right? And even when the game's running, they are here. I create clones of them. So obviously, I wouldn't want them here in the long run, but for now they are here. But I create clones of them, and only the clones are actually interacted with in the game. So could it be the case, since there is a ranger character here, when I press the space bar, it tries to do the backflip on this character, but this character is not initialized? Well, it's deactivated. Yeah, but if it's trying to play a deactivated character script, there's another way we can check that. Okay, but before I do that, let's go and make the circle radius smaller. Then we can do both of those things, maybe. Nah, not really. Okay, let's see. If that is the case, if it's trying to play a deactivated character script and it can't, right? If I do the following, so let's say I play the game and I just have Robins. Let's just go into dev mode, I think. I don't have to fiddle about with all the menus. Okay, so if I'm here and I play, so if we go into the hierarchy, we'd see damn. So we have the 4 clones, which are the 4 I'm actually playing with. So if I click on them, it changes. And then we have the one which is kind of like just a prefab. Now if I do a backflip, I'd either get 1 error or 4. Get 1. So the other 4 are fine. Because they obviously, maybe they were instantiated properly. So some code has been run on them when they were put in the game. Curious. Let's see. So it goes to the character manager, obviously. So we have a game input that goes to character manager, that goes to the knight character, that triggers that, right? So, but this is the one that's eventually having the problem. Yeah, no, it so it's, so obviously it starts with the input system. So we have this game input where we have attack performed. So that's just, we're just listening to the input actions player, attack performed, right? So then I check if the game is not paused, and then I do an invoke, right? Over there. Now, from there, the character manager. Oh, you know what I should do? Yeah, you know what I should actually do? Let's try this. Let's do on enable. Right, this is something I only recently started doing. So let's do on enable. We register to these events, and then on disable, we unregister them. Right? That at least would mean that only the active character, the one that's in the game being played, you know, okay, obviously we need to remove them from start. What is a spawn character level up element? Don't even remember what this is, but anyway. Oh, it's an old UI thing. So this might be better in any case, right? Yeah, but I'm not destroying these, right, Damon? So I'm just enabling and disabling them, right? So once they are enabled, they should register, and then they should deregister once I disable them. Yeah. I don't create and destroy these. I only create them once, and then I just enable and disable them. The characters, that is. Now, obviously, this is completely different. No, it's actually, since I did the pooling now for the enemies, it's pretty much the same thing as well, right? I don't destroy enemies either. I just pool them infinitely. Well, I pull them when I need to pull them, right? If there's not enough in the pool, I will add more. Yeah, okay, but this seems better in my opinion, at least. So maybe now it wouldn't call on those 4 prefabs that are just sitting there, or any of the others. Well, we can try it, right? Yeah. Let's see what it does. It's not, because it is annoying, right? We don't want any of these unnecessary errors. Then I also now have this warning, which honestly, I don't know. So this happened after I updated Unity. It's now missing a value for font, missing asset reference. And that's okay, but I don't know where. Like, how do I fix it? It's so annoying, some of these bugs. Oh, damn, okay. I didn't go into dev mode. Whoopsie. Okay, anyway, let's just start and see. I might have fixed it. So now only this character gets to call, or is registered for those events. Anything that wasn't enabled, sorry for you. Okay, well, that's okay then. Damon, I am on the highest LCS version. Okay, so this is boring, but we fixed the problem. Let's... Oh, Wallaby, you have a utility to find missing components? I don't know, this update was kind of traumatizing, Damon. I don't know if I want to do it again. Okay, so let's see. So now we should have a much closer, you know, one of them can sit on a ship chair. The radius for the fireball should be much smaller. So we should be able to see them more frequently, which is just cooler, right? Okay, they kind of... Obviously, they're doing this in... They're very synchronized at the moment because they all have the same passive strength and everything like that. But now at least we can see them falling from the sky, right? And killing some lizards. Sometimes. Jeez, these guys are... Oh, it's a free asset. Random Wallaby, that's pretty nice. Let's see. Find missing components. Nice. Just get Odin Inspector. Okay, Damon, you see, here's the problem, right? I don't even know how to use Unity properly. Have you seen how complicated Odin Inspector is? Like, Odin Inspector is insane. I looked at it and was like, yes, like, it adds a million extra menu features and buttons and things, and I still don't know how to use the ones I currently have access to. Ah, we get passive strength. Nice. So we should have one that at least fires. Oh, the fireballs will now come through a little bit offset from one another. They won't fall all at the same time. Okay, that's good. I like that idea. Ooh, it's a plus 200%. I might have overtuned this a little bit. But cheers, Damon. Go give your stepmom a ride. Oh, wow. Okay, we have an insane round coming up, guys. Insane. What are we doing here? I don't think it really matters. Okay, let's see. If I click the warning, what does it give me? Oh no, that warning actually went away. This is now hot reload, which is... New Unity event methods were added at runtime. A scene was loaded while new Unity event methods were added at runtime. Mono behaviors in the scene will not trigger the new events. That's interesting. Hot reload? What does that mean? I don't know. Anyway, let's go see what this does. So we have a 1 owl, Barnaby. He's got 150% passive strength. Cedric, still at 100. And then we got Dorian, which is at 350% passive strength. So we're going to have Dorian here shoot fireballs like nobody's business. Right, he's gonna drop fireballs a lot, and they're gonna be super powerful. Cedric, same cadence, and then Barnaby should be a little bit faster, so the fireballs are gonna feel like they're falling a little bit more out of sync, right? Okay, so let's just give them the good bird, the good chair. Okay, you get the good chair, you get the shit chair, and then you get the mid chair. Okay, let's go. Let's see. 350% might be a bit much. Hey, that's pretty... That feels pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Get them! Yeah, we get a lag spike when the new song starts, unfortunately. Ah, these owls are destroying the lizards. Oh yeah, you can see the 22.5 damage fireballs from, is it Barnaby? No, it's Dorian. Yeah, he does a ton of damage. Alright, that's pretty cool. I like the feeling. Oh, plus 100% passive strength. Don't mind if I do. More wisdom is also not bad. So we'll get that and some more passive strength. Because wisdom makes them level up faster, so that's always nice. Increases luck and scavenging. Movement speed and dodge. Yeah, let's go for it. I should change the settings for the audio file to make it preload. Now I'll look at that now. Okay, so let's see. Cedric. Okay, who's our best bird? Still Dorian. And then Barnaby. And then Cedric. And then Ava has to do all the hard work. But it's okay. Do I even need to shoot? Probably not. Hey, this is pretty great. Not gonna lie. Just look at these fools getting destroyed. Damn. The owls are a force of nature. As long as they're watching the fight, nothing gets to survive. That's pretty cool. I like this. I feel like this is a nice addition to the game. Okay, let's see if we can't do something nice here. Not really. More passive strength on this one. Okay. Another 200% on Dorian. Dorian, you madman. This is going to be ridiculous. Dorian's going to nuke everything. Okay, I want to try something. So let's do... Okay, who's our worst bird? Alright, these two are kind of the same now. Let's take Cedric out for the fight. Let's get the spar going. Oh no, that's not the spar. What did I unlock? Oops. Okay, we'll just let Ava rest a little bit. And Barnaby, you can go in there. I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's the yoga studio for some reason. Nothing like a light meteor shower to brighten up the day. Okay, so now we'll see only meteors by Dorian, right? So he has 550% passive strength. So let's see how insane that is. And Cedric would have to, he's gonna just have to make something work inside the level. But like Dorian should be firing these. Yeah, Dorian is an absolute animal. This is one owl. Imagine if I can get the others to be this powerful. We found our best support owl. Dorian is an absolute menace. Now we still need to survive, so we kind of need to be careful. Nothing like a good soundtrack and meteor shower to brighten up your day, hey? Get them, Dorian! Oh no. Ah, okay. Cedric almost died. Barnaby is tired. He went for a yoga session and now he's completely wiped out. Well, Cedric gained a ton of experience through that. Holy moly. Oh, that's because his wisdom is at 415%, so he gains levels at exceptionally fast. Wow. Okay. This is getting interesting here. So let's see. Let's see how strong we can get this guy with all this. 500. Ooh, we're gonna. Another 200% Dorian. I don't know if this is allowed, but let's go for it. Damn. Okay. Another 50. Let's do it. Okay. So Ava went to the spa. She's now nice and ready. I I think I'm gonna have to do this. You know what? All these birds are so nice, are so good now. I'm just gonna upgrade the chairs for everybody cooking. There we go. They all get to sit in a nice chair. The boss chairs. Okay. Ava, don't worry, the owls got you. This is so cool. I must say, I think this is a good idea. So the chairs, what you're supposed to do, okay, so I'll talk about, let's finish this level, then I can show you, because there is a tooltip. But the idea is the chairs are there for resting. Like, this is insane. Oh, the ads. Okay, we'll wait for the ads. Ava didn't even shoot like 3 arrows, and she obliterated that round. Felt good, not gonna lie. Wisdom plus 208. Okay, I need to fix that, I think. I think that's now too much. That might be broken. Mr. Wallaby, have you returned? Are you back, Mr. Wallaby? Okay. So, just to give you an idea again. So the passive strength for the owl does 2 things now. It improves the meteor passive ability, but previously I had it so that the owl would increase the amount of wisdom gain a character gets when they level up, right? But it's multiplicative, so the higher the passive strength and the more owls you have, it takes the base wisdom upgrade and it multiplies it 3 times, right? So that's why I now have the option to give the Ranger a wisdom upgrade of 2,835%. So I'm obviously going to do that. So she's going to level up at like 20 levels per kill or something like that now. So that's the first thing I just wanted to show you, because I thought it was funny. Okay, now let's get to the chairs. So let's just see if there's something. Wisdom plus 1,000. Oh, this is going to be such a broken run now. Okay, so if you hover over the chairs, this is what they do. So the observation room in general is meant to be a place where you can watch the fight and rest. So all your characters have some amount of stamina regen and health regen base, right? They just have some stat for those 2 things. And if they sit in a nice chair, that stat gets multiplied by some value. So their health regen gets doubled, their stamina gets regen is 50% higher. In this case, it's not, I mean, I still need to balance most of the stuff. But anyway, that's the idea. And also you can only regenerate those things in the observation room. So I want the character to be resting, sitting down, having a drink, before they can really regenerate stamina and health. And there's another way to regenerate stamina and health, and that's by going to the spa. And the spa gives you a flat regen of stamina and health. So regardless of what your actual stats are, it just regens at 6 stamina or 6 health per second. And now what I've done with the passive abilities, I've made it so that each character is going to have a passive ability that only works when they are watching the fight. And you can only watch the fight from the observation room. So the observation room is kind of becoming the core of this whole room system, where if I want these owls to cast their fireballs, they need to watch and they need to do their thing. But, like, obviously I have a ridiculous build right now, and I have overpowered characters out. You know, just everything's overpowered, but at least it's fun. Hopefully one day I can also make it balanced and fun. But the idea would be that you can't just do what I do necessarily. Maybe you can get there, but not from the start. You'd have to swap out characters a little bit more and give your main fighter a time to rest, right? Because they run out of stamina while fighting the levels, because just fighting also drains your stamina. Okay, I don't even think we have to worry about anything. So this is the Komodo dragon level, right? But, like, good luck. It's Armageddon. I mean, has this not elevated gameplay to a completely different level? I feel like it has. Let's see what other items I can grab from these. Ooh, a red one. Come here! Oh, I'm stuck on a rock. These meteors do like 50 damage. Some might say this is a bit too much, but it feels like just enough. Feels like I could do even better. Yeah, exactly. I want you to be planning. I wanted to add a little bit of some tactics in there. So not a lot, right? It's not meant to be a strategy game, really, but a little bit of tactical decision making, I think, gives it a little bit of a different flavor than most of the survivor-like games, right? Okay, so since we had 300% wisdom, we gained 39 levels in that round. It really doesn't even matter what I click at this moment. 39 levels is insane. So I'm just going to click the middle one and see what we come up with. Oh, I got some more wisdom. Now we're up at 5,800. So let's just do it with the other ones as well. So all of these birds are going to be forces of nature. And I really don't have the time to read through 50, like 100 levels. Because I think it was like 100 levels in total. Yeah, the playstyle for the characters are different, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that keep it fresh, if you think about it. Like, I could make a playthrough where I don't use owls, right? You could just go with the other characters. And I want to add more characters, obviously. But yeah, the playstyle would be different. Both in how they support and how they actually fight, right? So the owl supports with a meteor shower. I still need to figure out how the other characters are going to support. So that's kind of the next plan, the next part of, I think, today's stream. I think we need to get one of the other characters to have a supporting ability as well. We'll see about that. Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, okay? Let's just continue with the same. Now, this bird is probably so powerful right now. It's not even funny. So we need another passive ability for our ninja, our knight, and our ranger that'll feel as good when you stack it up like this. Well, it doesn't have to feel as good, right? Certain characters can have certain strengths. So you might have it so that, you know, the owl is just very good at support if you get the build going. And the knight might be good, but not necessarily. He might be better in the field, for instance, right? This is just... I wonder how many levels I'm getting. Must be millions. I think I can make a trailer of the game now. Like, imagine just seeing this clip on a trailer in Steam. You'd immediately buy the game. Well, maybe not immediately, but still, it looks kind of fun. This is insane. Yes, like, how much money did I even get? 59 levels. What? Look at it. What the hell is happening? Okay. So I think I need to change the way the passive abilities stack. I don't think they should be multiplicative. What do you think? Because this multiplicative stacking of abilities seems a bit broken for the passives. Not the passive ability, but the passive effect, the wisdom gain. Because, I mean, what is this even? This guy has 18,000 wisdom now. Hey, David. Are you back? We've broken the game entirely. We found the most overpowered build in existence. The ranger's passive could drop a temporary speed up potion or something. Yeah, I was also thinking, well, okay, so currently how I have it, the ranger, the passive effect, not the ability, the passive effect of the ranger currently gives you better attack speed upgrades. Yeah, it's difficult. What should the ability be? Yeah, I want it to feel cool, right? You want it to be at least as cool as the fireballs, or at least, you know, it doesn't have to be as cool, because fireballs and meteor, and I mean, those are just like pinnacle cool. So it needs to be somewhat close. With, like, I don't know, it's odd. Like, can you even make anything as cool as this? Oh, wow. I think I got a couple of more passive strength level ups in that round of clicking. Something visible but also impactful, I think. Visible is good. Visible is, I think, better most of the time, right? Because this is a visual medium. But it doesn't have to be this insane. Like, but okay, so as good, I would say it needs to feel impactful, right? So it needs to feel like you actually get something from going with that build. I'm not even shooting, I'm just vacuuming coins. I'm a coin vacuum. The Armageddon wizards are taking care of everything else. Okay. Somebody's nav mesh broke. This is just amazing. Just see frogs flying over. The fact that I'm sticking close to like 60 frames per second is in Unity is kind of cool, right? I'm in Unity and I'm not dropping a million frames here. Yeah, I think I might have. Yeah, I think you are exactly right, Wallaby. I think because the way my physics works with throwing enemies away is the amount of force behind the throwing increases with your damage. And I think some of these meteors are doing like 1 million damage or something, and it's just tossing them to the moon. Which is not something I anticipated, to be honest. Damn. So, okay. So the only other character I've actually thought about enough times to have an idea of what I want to do with the skills, the passive ability, is the Knight. So I think the knight, and this is what I mean by it's impactful, but it's not necessarily super flashy. So the knight, I think he does like a reinforcement magic, right? And basically what reinforcement magic does is it increases your survivability somewhat. Right, so, and that could feel good, right? You could have a character that just doesn't take any damage. Right, or you could have... yeah, I might have to make it a little bit more impactful than that, because that sounds nice, but not amazing. Because I also want to, in the future, have like a priest or cleric character which will heal you during the fight. But yeah, looking at these fireballs, I don't think anything can compare. But, again, it might be just because the game is currently unbalanced. Let's do this. I'm gonna put these owls. Are any of them interesting? Like, do they have... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Barnaby? 500% attack speed? How did that happen? Okay, well, let's do this. So we'll put the ranger in the chair. We'll put Barnaby. I want to see what 500% attack speed looks like. Let's have a go, Barnaby. Well, yes. Okay. Oh, wait. There's no such thing as 500% attack speed. I think I capped it at 200, but I haven't shown the cap on the UI. I mean, he's pretty good. Oh, damn. Like, he can stand on his own. What are these names? Barnaby. What do you mean? What's wrong with the name Barnaby? It's perfectly suitable for an owl. Okay, Barnaby did some work. He probably gained like 1 million levels. 234. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is broken. This is completely broken. But it's fun, right? Okay, so I definitely need to tweak wisdom. This is just too strong. The fact that I'm not going to click. I need an auto clicker just to flip and level up my characters now. These birds are becoming godlike. Ah, jeez. Why did they gain so many levels? Holy moly. Well, I guess the 14,000. No, 142,000% wisdom. So they gain like 1,000 experience per kill. Even more. I feel like... Okay. What level are we going to next, I wonder? You can think of one Barnaby and he's a politician. Ah, that's unfortunate. I heard it somewhere the other day. Where did I hear Barnaby? I think it was in a on some show I was watching. Okay, keep in mind, I watch like exclusively Bluey, I think. It's the only show I watch. The joys of having a toddler. Do you guys know Bluey? Have any of you ever watched Bluey before? I think there's a Barnaby. Yes, there's a Barnaby in Bluey. Yeah, she's... You've only seen a few clips. Okay, you don't have a toddler, I guess. Yeah, my 2-year-old watches a lot of Bluey. It's super good. Like, it's one of those... it's like, I watch it. Just because it's flippin' amazing. But there was an episode where Bluey got a doll for Christmas. And she named him Barnaby. Yeah. Now I remember. Okay, it's level 10. This is the boss level. Let's go nuke the boss in one shot. We are now literally one shot, man. Oh my word. What has happened? Look at my movement speed. Meow. Ah, look at my attack speed. Nice. Ah, the boss is... there's no way you can get even close, man. Just give up. Wow. A solid 50 frames per second. I think I'm happy with that. Okay, we have a lot of nav mesh problems. How is this thing running so smoothly? Is this the new Unity? Or maybe it's just because there aren't any enemies on the screen ever. I think it might be that, to be honest. I think the game is running smooth because the enemies can't spawn in. I don't know why the crocodile hasn't died. Oh, he called for his reinforcements, okay. Good luck with those. I think I do like 1 million damage or something on the 465 damage. Get wrecked. Now. We have a banger, guys. I think so. Oh, I killed him straight away. He didn't even get to his other phases. Oh, look at the level ups. Okay, this is where we stop. Oh yeah, that's true. Hey, my errors on the enemy movement scripts. Yeah, I should fix that. But, I mean, look at this. 550, 400, 524, 540, 550 basically. Holy shit. We got to a level 900. What? I don't know if this is how I should balance the game. I think it's kind of difficult. Because this seems broken. And I don't think anybody wants to click through 1,000 level ups during a casual run of their favorite survivor-like game, right? Nah, I don't even think I need to playtest that point. Like, would you like to click 900 plus 800 plus 700 plus another 700 times? So what's that? It's like 1,400, 2,200, at least 3,000, right? In like a half an hour playthrough of the game. would you like to level up your characters 3,000 times? Like, that's just... that's too many decisions that you have to make, right? Yeah, but the multiplicative nature of the stats, that's a problem. I mean, if it's like a 200-hour playthrough of a game, and you level up and you do like 3,000 clicks, that's not so bad. That's very common. But like, how many times do you click in Vampire Survivors? Like 4 times. Maybe a bit more, but still, you get the idea. Okay. I think we made a banger, guys. Well done. Alright, let's... Never played Vampire Survivors, Damon. What? It's got all your favorite things in it. Okay, let's play sound. Or just play our normal music again. Okay, who do you guys want to do next? The Knight, Ranger, or Ninja? I was thinking about the Ninja. Okay, this might be a bad reference. Also, I don't really know it that well, but like... what does a ninja do that's special? So I thought about some anime that I watched a bit of, Naruto. But those ninjas seem like not real ninjas, to be honest. They're basically just sorcerers. They just use magic. I mean, it's just magic all the time. So I don't know if I should use that as a reference for anything, to be honest. But what does the ninja do? I want him to have a magical ability that he can cast while watching. But what exactly would that magical ability be? Yeah, Wallaby, I'm 100% with you on that one. Like 3 level ups per character. That's already 12 decisions you have to make, and then you have to think about how to place the characters inside the rooms. No, that's enough. Yeah, Naruto ninjas are knife fighting wizards. That sounds pretty cool, actually. What, Damon? What are you saying? For last-ditch effort to live. You need to come into Twitch chat if you want to do that. Yeah, I never really got into Naruto. Wallaby. Oh, wait, there's ads. Oh, no, the ads are about to start. I don't know. I feel like I started watching Naruto. Because, all my friends were doing it back in the day. And Naruto was just so annoying. I couldn't get around the fact that he annoyed me so much. And then there were filler episodes in which he was more annoying than usual. I was just like, no, this is fine. I'll watch Dragon Ball Z again. Or Bleach or something else where the main character wasn't annoying me so much. I don't know why he was annoying to me. He just felt very annoying. That could have been... maybe it's because I watched the dub. But... yeah, no. At that point in my life, I was into Bleach anyway, so... and I had enough episodes to get up to. What? Damon? Really? You haven't had a cell phone in years? How's that even possible? Okay, so let's do a vote. And by a vote, there's like 3 of us here. So, everybody, I need your input. Knight, Ranger, or Ninja? Phone bills are insane for what I actually use it for. Can't you get like a pay-as-you-go? Like you just upload, you just buy airtime or data, use it until it's done, and then you buy some more. That's a very common thing in South Africa. Most people work like that. With pay-as-you-go numbers. The Knight needs more love. Yeah, that's a good point. What do you mean pay-as-you-go is like 20-ish? I don't... Hey, Mr. Human Limits. You just missed an insane playthrough of the game. We leveled up 3,000 times, and it was absolute Armageddon all the time. Okay, so what can the Knight do? I feel like he needs to do some kind of a reinforcement thing where he makes you physically stronger. Like, you know, he uses steroids magic or something like that, if that makes sense. No, man, pay-as-you-go is free. What do you mean, 20 a month? That's not... No, dang. Yeah, sorry, Miss Human Limits. Go back in the... Oh, you're on YouTube. You can go back a bit. Just go back a bit to when the screen seems like it's exploding. And you'll see what I mean. Yeah, steroids magic. Don't you know? Ah, jeez, this made me think of something. Yes, like it. How do I even... Yeah, so Damon, how the cell phone, how pay-as-you-go works in South Africa is you can buy a SIM card at any grocery store and you pay like 5 Rand or 10 Rand, something like that. It's a couple of cents in US dollars, right? It's like 10 cents or something. It's very cheap. I don't know. And then you can put it in the phone, you can validate, activate, all that good stuff. You might buy a little bit of airtime, so you might put like 10 Rand of airtime on it. And then that is basically like 10 Rand on the SIM card. It's there. Only when you use the phone for something, like do a call or send a text, does that balance go down. And only when the balance is at 0 do you need to buy more. So if you do things like free text apps that you use Wi-Fi for, let's say, the balance never goes down, right? But if you make a call, just a normal call, then obviously the balance will go down. That's how it works in South Africa. I don't know what backwards country you are in where pay-as-you-go doesn't work like that. Yeah, I also don't like being on a subscription. Oh, Wallaby, I'm with you on that one. What if? Okay, imagine this, right? What if? This is going to be kind of cool. I think I like this idea. What if the knight, with his reinforcement magic, physically increases the character's size, right? So you become like a hulking character. You become a little bit of a giant, right? And in addition to that, as you move, so you become slower as well. So maybe there's a drawback, right? So you are a bit slower, but you get bigger. And every step you take essentially is a mini earthquake around you that does AoE damage to all the enemies in your vicinity. Well, how does that sound for a passive ability for the knight that can compare to what the owl does currently? Sufficiently awesome. Yeah, I like that. I think it's sufficiently awesome. So that's what steroids magic is. Okay, let's see if we can figure that out. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. It's not that difficult. I'll make it work. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. So how should it work? So obviously we have this update for the. Okay, the fireballs make sense. Each couple of seconds or whatever, you get a fireball cast. Should the knight have like stacks, maybe, so that each iteration he does a cast and it can stack upon a previous cast, so your character grows throughout the level. And then obviously the more knights you have doing a cast, the faster you grow to your max size, at which point you are, also some kind of a godly being. I want it so that at the end you can effectively just ignore everything and walk through all the enemies and they just explode because of your presence. Ah, damn. This is going to be so cool. I don't even know what I'm going to do with any of the other characters now. Now I need to think about something that's equally cool for all the other... Ah, jeez. Okay, we'll make it work. The only thing I should be adding is multiplayer. Ah, jeez. That would be cool. You should have a character that gets bigger for a short time if you charge it and ram through enemies. Oh, that's another point. Now that you mention it, I wanted to add a dash ability for each character, so that you can just a little bit of a movement thing. But now, would that even be necessary? Maybe that could be the special ability of the knight himself, right? So the knight himself can do that dash thing that you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe the ranger summons things. Oh, yeah, the summoning... Oh, that's actually a good point. A ranger normally is accompanied by animals, right? Oh, wait, we are animals. Okay, well, how do we do this now? Other animals, the dumb animals. Summon humans, yeah. You can summon dwarves and humans and other such things. Oh, I could actually make the ranger a dwarf summoner. Oh, that's fun. It might not fit the ranger, to be honest, but still. I have the Dungeon Realms pack for the... I like this summoning idea. We should maybe think about that for somebody in the future. Because I want to put a necromancer in the game one day. And that's not a bad idea. Okay. Let's just do the knight. Let's not get carried away here. Oh yeah, I know, there are many. My wife's pretty good at making characters though. I might just ask her to make me something. Alright, let's build the knight ability, guys. We are super distracted right now. I like it, but it's we need to get somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna do a knight passive ability essentially. Script. Knight. Where you know, okay. Knight passive ability. Okay. So the nice and it's gonna be similar to the wizard, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be similar to the wizard, but press and hold forward and backward at the same time to charge up. Okay, so Massimo Limits, we just need to be careful here. So I need to keep in mind the type of game I'm trying to build. Ah, I made a spelling error at night. Oh, fourth. Okay, let me just fix that quickly. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, let's let it recompile again, or whatever it did. So we need to be careful. So what you are describing is what I would like to call a good ability for a action RPG type of game, where the player needs to be more skilled and he needs to use timing and, you know, combos and things like that, right? I'm thinking like things like I don't really like Diablo or something, right? Where your character, the skill set or the abilities that your character has access to are complicated. And you get to feel the super powerful synergies by using those complicated spells and abilities in a clever manner, or, you know, in a good sequence or something like that, right? But there's definitely a skill required to do that. And that's fine if you're playing, you know, World of Warcraft and you are chaining together 7 different spells or whatever to get like a super awesome effect. That's nice, and I like the idea for that game. I kind of feel like I don't want there to be too much happening. Like, you should just be able to move your character around and maybe aim. And that's it. Mostly. And then maybe there's one button you press and a ability happens. That's about as much as what I want to do. Because I'm straddling the line between it becoming like not a survivor's like anymore, right? We're getting away from that formula where you can just move around and things explode, you know. Maybe one day I'll make a game that requires more fancy attacks and stuff like that. But here I think I want to keep it simple. You know, you can get into a place where you make things unnecessarily complicated. And now knight is obviously spelled incorrectly here as well. Knight passive ability. Yeah, that seems correctly spelled. Okay. Yeah, unsupported change, I know. Okay, so we're gonna steal a little bit from the wizard passive, right? So just so that we have an idea what we want to do. Okay. So I kind of like the stacking thing. So we should get like a passive update function as well. Okay. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so we definitely need a reference to character data, right? That's where we get how strong our passive is, right? Then we should get a game object, which is our active character. We don't actually need that one. So let's do passive. Well, yeah, no. Wow. Public void passive update. Like that. And private void. Did I call this something clever? Spawn meteor. Inject steroids. Right, nobody needs to know that that's what I call that function, right? It's fine. It's a private function. Nobody will know. That's how private functions work, right? Okay. So I'm just going to copy this, but it seems like a good bit of code to copy. So if character dot current room, so if we are in the observation deck, that makes sense. Okay, so we don't have a spawn timer maybe, but we do. I think we'll call it a cast timer. Or something like that. I'm just going to copy this stuff as well, and then we'll just rename this to and honestly, we should have made the other one cast timer as well, but nah. Few things I need to modify: game object scale, animator speed, and then you would need to alter how you do hit effects. I can't make it public, Damon. That's unsafe. Yeah, we'll do game object scale, and then animator speed, and maybe the actual movement speed itself as well. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit complicated, but yeah, we could do that. It's I say a little bit complicated, but it's actually not. So the animator speed, I did a good thing. Random wallaby. Let me show you my good thing I did. So character data has a couple of variables here. Z delta for animation, time delta for animation, and okay, those two are basically it. Right, so I actually looked at the animation itself and I got those variables. So basically how far he moves and how fast he moves, or how long it takes to move that distance, right? So I have those two. Wait, is this a character data that I opened? Yes, it is. Let's see, where did I set this? I use this in some fancy way along with my... Do I just do it in the animator? I might just do it in the animator, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah. Set move animation speed. Okay, so where do I do the calculation? Oh, okay. Yeah, I do it in the stat manager. Okay, that makes sense. So I do it in the stat manager, which means things that change my movement speed get accounted for by my stat manager. So it actually changes as my movement speed changes. So if I get slower, the animation will play less fast. Right, so but I set that up, so this, I could just grab that and I could just set the animation speed. And I guess Which one would I change? I guess I'll have to add something here that changes my movement speed. Or I need to do it, it gets that total. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Oh, is that the only thing private does? It has nothing to do with safe. Do I know people who make music for free? Yeah, sooner will actually, that's a good point. If you use AI, it's easy. Even the music you're listening to now, as far as I understand, is made with the help of AI. Because I'm not exactly sure what his workflow is, because he is a trained musician and a studied musician. I think he actually did it at like college level or whatever. I'm not sure if he just writes his own compositions and then produces it using AI, or what exactly he does. But like, he has some kind of a workflow with AI, then he produces this music. And it's pretty good. It's better than what most people can get AI to do, that's for sure. So this is Metal Mastery if you want to look it up. Okay, anyway, let's go to our now to passive ability, and let's continue with this. Okay, so time passed. This would just be a float that we get here. Okay, so the casting timer would work the same way, I think. Yeah, it's got to be an interesting one, because it's... Maybe the cast wears off. Ah, that could be how it works, I think that's... So this one's a bit complicated, because it's not just something that I spawn and let it fall and let it disappear on its own. It's an effect applied to your character, which means I need on each character, it needs to know how to handle this effect being applied to it, right? Because if I want the effect to dissipate over time, I think I would have to have the character itself take care of that. That's at least how I think about it. I might be wrong, but that seems reasonable. Just do a set size, float size method. You mean on the character that we change the size of, right? Yeah. I think, but I want to do it in a way that it's a little bit more organized. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create another mono behavior on our characters, a base character. And it's going to be on all the characters. And what I'll do there is I'll have it, I'll call it something like passive effects or something like that. And then in the future, if I have another character that needs to do a passive effect, I could just have it tie into that, maybe. I think that could work. Okay, but we need the game object, potentially, of the player. So this is the active character, let's say, and it's going to be player. I mean, I don't need to do it like this, but yeah, whatever. Player manager dot instance dot get character. selected character. I don't know what that returns. Does that return a game object? Okay. So that's the character that's currently selected. So played in the game. Okay. So now we have a reference to it, and now technically we could have a piece of code on it that applies. Well, we could apply we could do a lot of things, right? But so let's see. I think we should create the script like that then. This will come together eventually. So we can do. I have a character debuff script, which I do something similar. So I have a buff applied or a debuff applied, and then I have a a way to remove the debuff eventually, right? Remove debuff if that happens eventually. I also have this get buff amount or debuff amount, which my character stat is actually referencing. So my character stats is getting all the debuffs. And I guess what I want to do, I could have used this as a buff/debuff, but I think I want to make buffs separate. So I'm going to make another script like this, which is just for buffs. And obviously there's some better ways to do this, but it's fine. If I thought about this maybe in advanced, I would have structured my code a little bit differently, but that's kind of the theme of this stream. It's watching somebody not think about things, just kind of go where he pleases. Yeah, I could have made a character buff script and then maybe make the debuff script an extension of that or something like that. I could have done a lot of things, right? But I haven't done a lot of things. But I have a pretty nice looking game, so I'm happy overall. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Grab myself a refill on my drink. And then we can get into this. And by the end of the stream, the knight is going to be doing some crazy stuff. Okay, let's see. Where the hell's OBS? OBS? Oh, there we go. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Let's give it a go. Wait, I did unmute myself, eh? Yeah, okay, cool. Let's go. Okay, so we have a character buff, and hopefully I can reuse this in the future, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, so we need to think about this. So certain buffs would probably change different things. So maybe we do a knight passive buff on this side, and it can change certain things of your character, right? So let's see, character buff. How do I do the debuff? I think I have, yeah, affected stats is normally what I have. Okay, but you might have multiple stats affected, right? So what if we did a little bit of a listy, right? List of a list of what? A list of stat SOs. So basically just a list of stat names, right? And we'll call this affected stats. Right, that might be the first thing we try. And then obviously it didn't add systems collections generic. So we'll have affected stats, right? Okay. Now from the here, we need a function like this, get buff amount. Right, so we could do get buff. This is going to be public void. Okay, well, maybe not void, but let's just see. Get butt amount, yes, exactly what I wanted it to be. Okay, so it might it returns a float. Okay, let's do this. So I could just have the same kind of idea here. So get buff amount. Okay, so we can do a couple of things. I guess we give it a stat. Stat SO dot stat name. Okay, we could just do that. And effectively what we want is something might ask. So this is the thing with the buffs. Oh. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so the buff amount. Now that I think about it, I'm not entirely sure how I want to. Do I want something else on top of buff? Like a passive effect? You know, something that's actually applied to your character? Not quite a buff. So a buff. So this is how I think about a buff, right? A buff affects your stats directly. A passive effect changes other attributes or applies something to your character, which are not necessarily changing your stat values directly, if that makes sense. So the way I think about it is like changing my size is not a stat, right? So I can't get, you know, the buff amount with that necessarily. You know what? I'm just going to roll it all into this one script, and then I can separate it later if I feel like this is getting out of hand. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, so we also have a private boolean buff applied. All right, so that's what we're going to use here. This should return a float. Okay, so if no buff is applied, we just don't return anything. We just say, chill, it's fine. But if a buff is applied currently, then we would have to give it back the stat it's asking for. So if stat, okay, so we have to do a little bit of a thing here. We're going to have to do something like a for each loop. we go stat so dot stat name affected stat in affected stats. Makes sense. Right, and effectively what we want to do is something like this, right? If the stat name is equal to the affected stat, return buff strength. Yeah, we need to be careful with buff strength though. Buff strength might be different for different stats. Ah, okay. So would something like this make sense? We have a public buff class. No, just a buff. Oh wait, that's not how you create a class, right? Public class buff. So maybe we do something like this instead. So we have a class of a buff, and a buff needs to affect a stat name stat so dot stat name. We'll call this the affected stat, and then we also need, okay, so this can be public. Then we also need public float buff, or I'll just strength, right? Maybe that's a better way of thinking about it. Yeah, Wallaby, we're on the same page, eh? So we have a class, a buff, right? And a buff is a sum stat and sum amount. It's always a buff in this state currently, because I have my debuffs over here in its own thing, and I'm not gonna mess with this. I'm not gonna refactor this at the moment, so I'm gonna just stick with the buffs for now. Okay, but that makes it so that maybe I make a list of buffs instead, right? Buffs. That's such a funny word, I'd be honest. Yeah, so we have a list of buffs. And yeah, that makes more sense. So then if we want to get a buff amount, we give it a stat name, and that's fine. We can also check if there's a buff applied. If there's no buff applied at all, so there's just literally no buffs, we can just return 0f. Right, and that's okay. I think that's fine, we can do that. But if there is a buff, for each buff and buffs, it rolls off my what do you do if a fur is made with your teeth and your lower lip? It really rolls off my teeth and lower lip. Yeah, okay, but this is cool. So we get a buff. For each buff in buffs. Oh, this is perfect. For each buff and buffs. And this is what programming is all about. Let's be honest. Okay. If our stat name that we give it is equal to the now we just check the buff dot affected stat, right? Then we return the buff dot strength, the buff strength, essentially. And if none of this is true somehow, we'll just return 0f, I guess. Okay. This is probably one of the best for each loops I've written in my life. Okay, cool. So now what we would do Debug.log. Oh, you mean over here? Okay, so I think what I tried to do, I don't think I want to log an error because sometimes there just isn't going to be a buff, and that's okay. I sometimes want it to be 0. The thing about how I structured this, right? So in my character, okay, and again, I might be doing this incorrectly, but I'm so down the rabbit hole right now, I'm just going to keep it this way. So this is when you get the stat total. So if you ask, so let's say I want to apply damage, then I need to ask, okay, how much damage do we need to do? Right? So we get the total of the damage stat. And one of the things we need to go through, oh geez. Okay, there's probably a few problems here. But anyway, one of the things I want to add here is just to add, like literally, you see here I do character debuff, get debuff amount with the stat name. I just want to plus character buff dot get buff amount with the stat name. Right, so then it would ask the buff, character buff class, yo, how much buff do we have for movement speed? And it would return 0 because it's like, no, we don't have a buff currently affecting our movement speed. You know what I mean? But this is a little bit. I don't know what the hell I was doing here, but anyway, we'll come look at this later. But for now, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to always return a value. Just sometimes the value is 0. Actually, you know, it could even be the case where yeah, I think the debuff is bad. I think that might be one of the problems. The debuff, the way debuffs were applied is bad. I think it's because I didn't remove a buff or the debuff. Yeah, that's probably it. So I think in this case, maybe we could do it a little bit better. Uh, 6 months from now, will I remember? Probably not. But 6 months from now, I'm going to be a multi-millionaire. So it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to try this a little bit differently. Let's try this, right? I'm going to get rid of buff applied. I'm going to get rid of this. And the way I'm going to manage this is I'm going to actually, if there's no buff for that specific stat, I'm just going to remove it from the list. So if a buff expires, I'm going to remove it from the list. So then, if you ask for a buff amount, you either get something, which is a number, or you just get 0, which means that specific stat that you asked for is not currently being buffed. Okay, this seems a little bit more elegant. Might not be perfect yet, but still. Okay, now we need to figure out a way how to apply a buff. Okay, so we need public void apply buff. Right, so somehow we need to put a buff on the character. Now I think we need a stat 2 buff, definitely. Right, so that makes sense. And then we need a float. Well, basically a strength, right? Oh yeah, maybe a dictionary is better actually. Yeah, I think you are right. Since this is just a key value pair essentially. There's no yeah. So do I want to add anything else to the buff? So where the dictionary is going to fall flat is the moment I do something else to the buff, right? Ooh, I might want to do something else to the buff. I might do public float duration. And now all of a sudden we have a problem. Right? Yeah. This is not a problem in itself, this one. But if we used a dictionary. So if we just did dictionary with a key value pair, right, which is affected stat and strength, as soon as I wanted to add something like a duration now as well, the dictionary kind of... Okay, guys, you are... Okay, let's do a dictionary. So we can still have a dictionary with a buff, and the buff could just maybe have a strength and duration instead, right? And our dictionary could be something like this. We'd have a stat name and a buff, right? And we call this buffs instead. Something like that. Okay. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I'm just gonna ignore you guys for a minute. If I think you guys, if I ignore you, don't feel bad about it. I'm just ignoring you because it's like I'm thinking about things and I'm reading things that are slightly different but kind of the same sometimes, and then I get kind of flustered and I can't continue my code. It's nothing personal. It's just obviously I can't keep track of everything in this in the chat and what I'm trying to achieve here. So I think, Wallaby, you trying to make me refactor everything, maybe, and I'm sure it's probably a good idea, but I'm not gonna do it now. And maybe you don't mean me to refactor everything, but almost everything, right? Okay. So do we do start? No, I think we just do on enable, right? So if I do on enable and I just do a new dictionary, right? And then on disable, can I delete the dictionary? How do I get rid of the dictionary? Clear, remove. What does remove do? No. Clear. Well, I guess clear. That clears the dictionary. That removes everything from the dictionary, right? Because what I kind of want to do is when you start with the character, I want it to... Wait, I kind of want to start with a clean dictionary every time. So is it better to do start? So we create the dictionary once, and then every time we enable our character, we clear it. Is that better? So now we yeah, okay. So we create the dictionary once and we reuse it. We just clear it. And that's better. Okay, quickly, which one runs first again? Start. Just before update. Would start be called before enable or after? I never know. Before. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. All right, so let's try that. So you're saying I should do maybe if buffs equals null. So if we don't have a buff, so this is safer, right? So if we don't have buffs, we do buffs equals new dictionary, right? So we do this again, just as a cautionary thing. And then on disable, we clear it here instead, right? Is that better? Oh, okay, you guys are now... Yeah, you see, this is exactly... It's like, I make a change, and then you realize, oh, wait, you read the wrong thing, and then it's like, oops. Now, technically, we don't even need start anymore, right? So we clear on disable, and we just check if buffs already exist every time we enable. Okay, let's try that. Okay, now here we don't actually need a loop anymore. Now we can just do straight up buffs. So we need to do... That's not how that works. Okay, wait, we can't do this, right? So we need to check if the stat is a key in buffs, right? Okay, cool. So awake, start, on enable. Okay, nice. Okay, so if the buff contains the key stat name, okay, so that means the buff has been applied. I just want to think about this. So effectively I return buffs stat name dot strength, right? Ah, my greatness. Okay, what the... Who's Raoun? Raoun. Raoun. No, yeah, just use a decal, Miss Human Limits. That's right. I can show you my decal quick. You want to see my decal? So I have a bomb decal here, just floating about that I used when I was getting it set up. So this is the decal, right? And you can see it follows the terrain, which is kind of nice. I think that's kind of nice. Oh my greatness. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have the decal again. Yeah, so it's literally just a URP decal projector. So you just add that to a game component, and then you can play with it. And there should be a standard material that you can use, and you can just change out the picture that you want to project. You think faster than you type. You could give it any material, as far as I understand. I think. I created my own shader. Bomb decal shader. Meh. It seems like, Damon, you need to learn how to type. That's your problem. You obviously can't type. Some like me. I can't type either. Okay. Okay, so now this is nice, right? We can just get it. No problem. How do we remove buffs? So that should be in an update loop. My favorite kind of loop. Right? So what I would like to do here is just decrement the duration on each of the buffs, and if it's less than 0, I remove the buff. Right, I just want to decrement. I just want to reduce the duration on each of the buffs, and you might have more than one buff, right? So, could we do? How do we loop through? Okay, wait. How do we loop through? Now I know how to. You don't do a for each, right? You'd have to go through. This is annoying. How do I get each buff inside of a dictionary? Like I would like elements in a list. Or can you do a for each? Oh, look at that. Look at that. For buff in buffs.values. So then it returns the buff. And I don't have to do a var, I can do a buff, right? Because I know what it is. I know the type. It's a buff. I mean, that works. And then we can just check. Well, what we can do is we can do buff dot duration minus equal time dot delta time, and then we can just check if the duration is less than. Oh, this is where it gets funny sometimes, right? Yeah, because can I just remove it now? Can I do? Oh, wait a minute. Can I do buffs dot remove? I need the key. I don't have the key, I have the value. Can I loop through the Can I loop through? Let's try something. Can I loop through the keys? Oh, I can. Buff.keys gives me a collection of keys, so now I can just loop through the keys. So this way I can still. So then I do buffs with the key, and then it works the same way. It's just a little bit ugly. But now I can do buff remove buff, right? Now I don't know if this thing will like this. And this would be a stat name. Yeah, so we loop through the list of the keys, I'm assuming. And then we remove that key from our buffs. This should work. Now we have a loop in a loop. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Now, most of the time, if you don't have a buff, this will just kind of skip out, right? It's not going to do anything. And you'll only have like 1 or 2 buffs at a time, right? It's not like you're going to have 7 buffs. For each key type, get each buff for each key and do something with all the buffs. So there shouldn't be more than 1 key. Right, there should only exist one buff per key. The keys are unique, and 1 key will have 1 buff. So there's no, yeah, okay. Okay, so that's fine for removing the buffs. How do we apply a buff? Now, this is an interesting one. So if we apply a buff, we're going to have, okay, so we need to think about this in a few ways. So applying a buff could do 2 things. It could either increase the strength or the duration. Right, so the buff might have a strength, and then if you apply a buff on top of that, it could add to the duration, or it could increase the strength, or both. Now that's an interesting question. How do I want that to work? Or maybe it's like stacks. Ah, geez. Okay, then. I'm thinking it might be like stacks instead. I kind of like the idea of stacking the buff. Right, so in that way, the new buff gets applied. So it does apply again, but the duration is still separate, so that the stacks would kind of like fall off, right? And you would lose the buffs. Yeah, I think that is the right way to do it. Okay, so for applying it, we just need a float duration every time, right? Then. At least, right? That would make sense. So each stack will have a strength and a duration. Okay. But now, I kind of feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Or I need a buff to be a buff stack. Yeah, because then we'd have multiple. We'll have 1 strength or 1 duration, or maybe multiple strengths and durations. Huh. Yeah, okay. So the buff itself will have within it multiple strengths and durations. So I need to create a stack every time I apply a buff. Yeah, Damon, that... You're saying something like this, right? So we just increase the stacks every time we apply a buff. And then removing a buff maybe doesn't remove the stat entirely. When the duration runs out, we remove a stack. Yeah, now I think, Random Wallaby, you might be correct. I might want a list of buffs instead. I can use the int as a multiplier, but the durations won't be distinct. So each stack would have its own duration. Right? And remember, you might have 3 knights buffing your character at a time. And let's say all 3 of them cast their buff roughly the same time. That means you have 3 stacks immediately that will all run out at the same time. So I think I either have to make a list of buffs or I need to put a list in buff. That's essentially what I'm seeing here. I either need to, one of the two. You think putting a list into buff is better? Yeah, maybe. But one of the two needs to happen, right? So a list of buffs, so then it's essentially stacks in the dictionary. Or we just need a list of durations. I kind of like... You know what? I think I'm going to do a list of buffs, right? And here's the reason. What if you have 2 knights buffing you? The one has a higher passive strength than the other. So the buff from the better knight is going to be a stronger buff. So the strength is going to be different on that buff. So it's not just simply multiplying stacks now, because some of the stacks are more more powerful than some of the other stacks. So keeping them separate like that is going to get interesting. So I think this should be a list of buffs. Yeah. And then, yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. I don't think I need stacks now. Okay, but now this update breaks. So now this update. Ooh, you see, now if we're looping through stacks. So essentially, duration is not something... So I need to put in another for loop here. Right? So we get the stat name, and then we have to do for... We can do a for each. So for each buff stack in this thing, right? Buffs stat names. For each buff in stack. Yeah, this is. So for each buff stack, buff stack in buffs stat name, buff stack name, buff stat name. Oh. Okay, so now we grab a buff. We want to do buff stack. Oh, actually, we want to do this, right? That is actually what we want to do now. And we want to do this. Ooh, this is a tricky one. Removing a stack. Yeah, okay, now wait. This should just be buff stack. Duration less. Okay. So this is dangerous. So I know lists don't like to do this. Lists do not like it when you remove elements from it while you are iterating through it. I've encountered this problem before, right? If I remove, so if I have this iteration that I do, and I remove a part of it, normally breaks. I've had this happen many times before. So what that means, I might have to do... Yeah, actually, I think, Damon, you are right. That's exactly what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to temporarily store it and then remove it afterwards. The other triggers go backwards, right? But Wallaby, what could happen is that since the buff stacks... So what could happen in your case, I don't know if that works. So let's say you look at the first buff from the back, right? So you look at the last one. It still has duration because it was casted by a strong chicken. Then the next one might not have duration. And if I remove that one, does it break? Or is that okay? So doing it in reverse, does it not care? Because everything that it still needs to do is still correctly ordered. I don't know, actually. I've never done that. But yeah, loop in reverse is normally what I do. So we do int I equals... okay, wait, what are we doing here? Buffs... no, buffs stat name dot length. I think you need to do length -1, right? What? Okay, while I is... for I greater than 0? Or should it be greater than equal to 0? No, not int. What the hell is happening here? I minus. Oh, it's still a for each. That's why it's complaining so much. Yes, I couldn't understand why this thing is adamant with its complaints. It was still a for each loop. Yeah, length is for arrays. Damon? Yeah, okay, that's also maybe not a bad idea. So you can have the buffs manage themselves and get rid of themselves when they run out of time. Maybe. But this is going to work. Okay, so anyway, so now we just need... we need a buff. Buff stack equals that, right? So we get the stat name and I. Okay, and then the rest should work. And now what we can do is we can do buffs stat name dot remove. Okay, wait. How do we remove? This is a list, right? Yeah. Dot remove buff stack. Is that how you remove from a list? Really? Okay. Interesting. Buffs stat name I is a specific buff. Yes. So that's a specific stack. this is a list. So we remove the buff stack from the list, right? You mean? Yeah, this is essentially the buff, I guess. So the buff is buff's stat name I, so that is a buff. It's one stack of the buff. That's why I was thinking about it like that. But yeah, that makes. I could also just call it the stack. One stack, right? Okay, but this should work. If the list doesn't break. Oh, I see what you're saying. You think about... Okay, yeah, that makes sense as well. The stack is essentially the list, right? Okay. That I see how English can make you think that way. Okay, so if we get the buff amount, this is now a little bit different, right? So we can't just go straight away and get it like that. So what we need to return is now a little bit more different. So we need a float. Yeah, something like buff amount total. Right, we can just set that equal to 0. And we return that value every time this is called, right? Now the trick is we need to go through our buffs and add to the buff amount total. Okay. So we can still check if it contains the key, that's fine. If it doesn't contain the key, that means that stat hasn't been buffed at all. But okay, so we get the stat name. What do you mean get total? What does that do? Get, or is this a thing I need to actually do myself? So we have to basically do this again, right? If I'm not mistaken, we have to do it for each. If you put a method in buff, that doesn't make a lot of sense because buff is just a strength and a duration, right? It doesn't have any reference to other buffs of its kind. Right, I need to look at all the buffs and ask them, how much is your strength, and then add it to something, right? But we go through all the buffs, that's fine. So we go through buffs, we know it contains a key, this is a list. We're not trying to remove the list, so we just do buff amount total plus equal buff dot strength, right? That should be fine. Yeah, we went with the list of buffs rather than the list in the buff. Right. Okay, but this is very, very straightforward. So we just start with 0. We loop through it quickly and we just add to that 0 whatever our buff strength is for how many ever buff stacks we have. And then we just return that. And sometimes it returns to 0 because we don't actually have any buffs at that moment, right? So that's not a problem. Okay, and this makes applying the buff a little bit simpler as well, I would say. Right, so we get a stat name. So I would say we need to check if it has the key, right? So if it contains the key that we have, or let's say if it does not contain the key, we need to add the key, right? We need to do buffs dot add a new list, right? Stat name with a new list, correct? And then we can do whatever. So then we can do buffs dot then we can grab it. Yeah, actually, yeah. We just do buffs. Stat name, not a new list. We know the list exists, so we just add to the list a new buff. We should make a constructor for buff, right? A public buff. So it gets a float. Strength. We don't need this necessarily. We could have done it differently, but you know, whatever. And a float duration. Okay, and then we can just do this dot strength equals strength, this dot duration equals duration. I mean, it's not necessary to do it that way. But now, when we create a new buff over here, it forces us to add the strength and duration. Right, and that's it. So just applying a buff is very straightforward now. We just literally check if there's already something, and if there is, we skip this part and we just add to that one. If there isn't, we create it first and then we add to it. Okay, we already have the dictionary made, so that's cool. And on this able, all the buffs are cleared. Everything gets cleared and garbage collected. That's it. So that's how a buff works. So we can get the total amount of buff we have, and we can apply a buff whenever we want with a given stat. Now, I could have other effects as well in here if I wanted. Yeah, this is so much better. Why didn't I do my debuff like this? I think I was just dumb, right? Now I might have to change the debuff thing in the future. Oh, this could actually just be a debuff as well. If the strength is negative, that just reduces the total, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, such is life. Not a perfect programmer, certainly not a perfect architect of software. So, sometimes this is how it goes. Now, in my character stat manager, there's a bit of a nonsense going on here. So, normally, why the hell do I do this? If the stat name is movement speed or attack speed, I do stat from stamina. Oh, I know why I do this. Okay. So essentially, what I do here is I have a stamina debuff that gets applied when your stamina runs out. Right? That's why I did this. So we have a base stat, but this formula is essentially the same as this one here, the one that I return here. So it's the character data from the character itself, then from items, and then from debuffs, right? It's the same thing that we return. However, it is heavily affected by your stamina, but only movement speed and attack speed. Righto. I should always build in a tree-like structure. Oh, that makes so much sense. I now that you say that, it immediately clicked, Damon. My data is crisscrossing all over the place, but I can see why this is a problem. I think I might have accidentally made a tree-like structure in some things, which is working better. And then other things are crisscrossing, and it's kind of causing me a headache. But I wasn't intentional about it. I didn't even know what I was doing. But I kind of did a tree-like in some ways. Yeah, okay, maybe always is a strong word, right, Wallaby? But it isn't a bad idea now that you think about it. Now that I think about it, because that means at least like that is what character stat manager. It's at the top, and it pulls from everything that affects the stat in some way. And if I want to know what a stat is, I always ask the stat manager, because it's the highest most point in my tree when it comes to stats. And I'm so happy I did that, because it made a lot of stuff super easy, it turns out. Okay, but anyway, tree-like or not, let's just do this. Okay, so what do we want here? We have this new thing called character buff as well, so let's just, let's just stick it in there. So we have character buff. Ugh. If only I could spell. Alright. Character buff. Boom. Okay. So I would need to remember to plug that in. But now we can just add the character buff amount. Get buff amount with the stat name. There we go. So that's, now we have a way to buff our characters as well. Oh, wait a minute. We need to think about how this is working exactly. Okay, so certain stats are added and others are multiplicative. The buff should be multiplicative in nature. What nonsense. This is so wrong, actually. Okay. So I think the buff is multiplying your base stats. So these are my base stats, so that's just a number. Like you have 10 damage and the item gives you plus 10 damage. Right? That makes sense. And then if we want to buff that and debuff that, that's going to be a percentage. So we multiply that by 1. And if our buff and debuff is both 0, it's just 1 plus 0 plus 0, so it's multiplied by 1. But if we have a 20% here and a 10% here, it's going to be, yeah. Does debuff amount return a float that's 0 point something? I don't even know. I don't know. But okay, that makes sense. So we return... we need to return a percentage, essentially. Oh, Damon, now that makes sense now. Yeah, a scriptable object can do whatever it wants, right? I'm just seeing this stat base and this return is not the same thing. So I think this is actually returning the incorrect value. The buff amount and the debuff amount are just added, which doesn't make any sense. They should be multiplied as a percentage. So let's just change this. Yeah. I could probably write a method for that separately. Right. Private. Calc stat base. And we need a... That's basically this. Right, and it just returns that thing. And then we can just return we can just do that, maybe. And then at least I know they are the same thing always. We don't have to calculate it here. Oh, okay. Well, what we can do, I guess, is we can calculate it once if we want to check. Calculate it there, and then we can still return stat base in this case. If we go into that. Otherwise, we just return that. Okay. Alright, so that should at least now be able to get the buff in there as part of the calculation. Now, it is also possible, yeah, well, for most of the time it's just going to be 0, right? Because I don't have actual buffs at the moment. But, okay, so now we need something, so we get a buff amount, that's good. Most of the time it's going to return 0 because we don't have a way to apply a buff yet. That is what we actually started to do with the passive ability of the knight, right? So inject steroids. Yeah. Okay, so we get the active character. So when we inject steroids, we want to do a couple of things. What actually do we want to do here? I'm actually not too sure. Yeah, what are we buffing? We're slowing the character down. That's technically a debuff. We're increasing their size. Size is not a stat per se, so that won't work. Yeah, because I just wanted to increase their size. Maybe we can increase their armor. I mean, that could work as a buff, I guess. Okay, this is a little weird. I wasn't thinking about this. I don't think I want to increase the damage, to be honest. How can I not hear that? Yeah, what? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the music? Sounds good to me. I don't hear anything funny. How's it on Twitch's side? Is Twitch doing fine? Oh, it corrected itself. Probably something that I don't have control over. I think, no, that's weird. Yeah. Okay, so when it comes to the injecting steroids, I think we need to make the character bigger, definitely. slower. Well, yeah, a bit slower at least. And then also have a passive effect on top of them which damages everything in a radius, which is a new type of ability, effectively, right? So actually, the character buff script is actually just so robust. I can even do... so I can do active character dot get component, and I can just get the character buff component dot apply buff, and the stat name I can just grab the movement speed. Like, this is so easy. And then I can give it a negative strength, actually. Like 0.01. I don't actually know how much. That's 1%, right? Essentially. So it would reduce my movement speed by 1, and the duration, let's make it like 5 seconds. Now, obviously, I'm just hard coding some magic numbers here for now. Oh yeah, we need to make this a negative number, right? That is how good the apply buff script is. So let's say we do that, right? So we reduce our movement speed. Yeah, no, this is good. The character debuff script is now kind of pointless. Yeah, obviously things are plugged into it still, and it's weird. It does totems specifically, actually. It's only for totems, nothing else. But yeah, it is a little bit strange. Okay, but let's not think about that. Let's try and think about the one that we are actually currently busy with. Okay, so we remove movement speed. We increase size. Now, this is a different one, right? This is like a passive effect that's different from a stat being changed. So do I need to have a script to manage the passive effect itself? I mean, I could just stick it into the buff script for now. Right? That's a thing that I could do. Yeah, like I could add an effect to the buff somehow. Ooh, this is gonna get interesting, to say the least. See, this is where thinking for 5 minutes might help me structure this correctly now. Okay, so I can either just inject it in here, right? I could easily have this have a passive effect strength or something like that as well. So not just a pure buff strength. The problem is how we get it, though. Yeah, we use a dictionary key name. Okay, so what I'm thinking is a script maybe like this instead. So let me just show you. Now, please don't roast me. But let me show you what I've done in the past with passive effects like this. Just don't roast me, please. Don't roast me. I'm gonna get roasted so hard. Okay, I'm ready. I can't even find the script. I think it's in enemies. Basic enemy scripts. Status effect, yeah. So I have a status effect manager for enemies, right? And I have a status effect, so I defined what kind of status effects can be applied to enemies. So none, obviously, just no effect. Poison, fire, stun, fear, bleed, etc. Some of them don't work yet, but you know, I had a couple of ideas. Okay, and okay, there's a couple of stuff here, but essentially, okay, this is also bad. I think I could change that, but essentially, I had visual effects and damage numbers and stuff like that appear above the characters based on what effect is active. And I abused the crap out of the update loop. Unfortunately, I could have done this better as well. But the idea that I'm thinking about, and then if you apply a status effect, obviously this is how it works. Now I can do this better. I know how to do this better. But what if we start from this point where we have a status effect applied to characters, right? So we start from a point where we create we have a character status effect manager, and we define a couple of status effects like enlarge or whatever. We could just call it night passive, right? That's the status effect. The night passive is a status effect that gets applied to your character. And then I can similarly work with it like we did with the buffs. Right, buffs use stat names, but status effects would use a new enum called status effect name or whatever. You think I'm overthinking it? I don't think I'm overthinking it. I think I'm thinking about it in exactly the amount of ways I need to think about it. Let's do it. Because a status effect is different, right? A status effect, yeah. I'm gonna do it my way. I think it's gonna be fine. It's still gonna have a duration and all that good stuff. So a lot of the way the character buff is applied is similar. But it's different in what it does. It physically changes something in the environment. It adds something on top of your character, like changing their size or whatever. So I'm going to create a new monobehavior script. I'm going to call it the character status effect. So I guess we put manager at the end because that's what we do. Nah, let's not overdo it with all the managers. Character status effect, right? And let's open it up and see how we can cook that one up. I really wanna make it good. And I think if I structure it in a similar way that I did the buffs, it is obviously not going to be exactly the same, but if it's similar, I think I can get something good going here. Right, so the first thing would be we need status effect, right? We need an enum here. We don't need an enum maybe, but effects. Okay, so none. We could do night passive. Right, so those could be our status effects. You reckon I need to do that? Now it's the same name. Okay, and this is just a character status effect. Do I make these public? I think I do. Yeah. Let's get rid of the character, right? We don't need to be that verbose about this. Okay, character status effects, status effect. So I'm just going to work with 2. We can add to this later. Okay, so we have a status effect. And I really like the way we did this. So each status effect, so we could have a class. So public class. Oh, this is not going to work, right? Yeah, no. I think I am using this too many times. Status effect name. Right, and then this is the actual status effect. 10 out of 10 naming, yes. Everything's named status effect. No problem. Okay, so a status effect, I'm going to handle it similar to a buff, right? So we have a duration. Okay, we need to think about this. A strength and duration. Yeah, I need to think about how exactly I want to do this. So strength would be like the amount of damage it does, or the multiplier, or something like that, right? So the status effect needs to have a duration. It needs to have a strength. Yeah, I need to think about this more in a general term. AoE radius, you think so? Maybe. Maybe we could just do that with strength, though. Maybe we could just make it scale with strength. So we can make radius and size. So you do the radius, the size of your character, and the damage all scale with strength. I just want to keep it simple. Just have one thing that I track here. And that way in the future, if I want strength to do something different, it does something different. Yeah, we're gonna have to have... Ooh, okay. This is a little bit of a thing. Because if I think about this, the status effect... Okay, so this just keeps track of what status effects are on the character and what the current strength is of that status effect. Actually implementing the status effect would be different. Like an additional script where I change the actual size and things, and I just ask this script, okay, how much should I change the size by? How big should I make the radius? Etc. That way I can use this script and I can just create a second class for the actual knight passive effect. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. It's getting a bit wonky, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to try it that way. Okay. So, we have a status effect, and literally do I just want to copy all of this? Let's do it, eh? Who's going to stop me? And then we literally want character buffs. We also want a dictionary. Right. That's essentially what we want to do. Okay, but this dictionary is not going to be called buffs. It's going to be called status effects. Right, it's going to take in a status effect name, and it's going to be a list of status effects. Right, and the status effect stacks the same way the buff stacks. If I think about this, it might have made more sense to make a class stackable something like stackable effects or stackable something like that, and then just have it's fine. Because if I have to change anything on the buff side because I want it to work a little bit differently, I'm gonna have to come here and do the same thing. But technically, I'm gonna reuse pretty much all of this code essentially. Because it's going to be essentially a buff. Well, it doesn't have to be a buff, but the same way the buff can also be a debuff, the status effect can also be a negative status effect. But I mean, if everything's the same, what if I just did... I could just extend character buffs. That would be better, hey? Yeah. I want to stack exactly like I stack the buffs. I want to stack the effect. So if you get one cast of the Knight passive on top of you, it'll change your stats in some way, right? Your normal stats, but it'll also do something additional, like make you grow. And I want you to be able to grow multiple times and things like that, right? Yeah, inheritance can be confusing. Like, I could just copy this. I could just make it do exactly what I want. You know what? Let's just do a copy and change some things around. Maybe I want to make it work a little bit differently. Although, like, this is a very good way of making stackable things. And it would be kind of nice if I have like a stackable class and my characters, the status effects work this way, the buffs work this way, the debuffs work this way. They all kind of do this stacking thing. The only thing that kind of gets weird is the fact that we now have status effects as an enum and not just stat names. Yeah, that could be a funny one. Okay, let's not worry about that. I'm not good enough to do that anyway, so let's just fix all the errors until everything is fine. Yeah, they are conceptually different. Yeah, you're right. So, okay, you know what? And they affect different things. They like affect attributes in a way that's different, right? It's a different thing. Okay, so let's just not worry about that then. Let's just update this thing to work like the buffs do now, and in the future we'll deal with the consequences, right? Okay, so yeah, we have a status effect name. Okay, and okay, wait, what am I doing? Okay, I need to rename you. Status effect name. Okay, in status effect dot keys, if I status count greater k, that's fine. Then we have a status effect, status effect, stat effect, okay, yeah. Then we just do status effect dot duration. Okay, so that should work out the same way for removing status effects. Okay, get buff amount. So this is the status effect strength. So let's rename this. Get status effect strength. I hope I spelled that correctly. Okay, and yeah, so get status effect strength, and we want to give it a status effect name and call it status effect name. Okay, so strength amount, you know what? Strength amount total. Okay, so we go through and we see how many of these stacks of strength status effects we have. Stat effects contains key, okay, for each status effect. Status effect. In status effects, we take the total strength amount and we add the strength, and we then return it. Perfecto. Perfecto. Yeah, I can already see how this could be done differently now that I think about it.
Yeah, I already see how the status effects would be done differently. So if you think about something like your damage, yeah. If you think about something like your damage, right? I only need to ask how much damage to do once a hit occurs, right? But this, I would like it to fade over time. So I am gonna have to do something different here. Like something like every time I remove a status effect, I need to let the status effect know, listen, check your new updated strength and buff values or whatever. Right? Or your strength and duration values, or well, your strength value, basically. Yeah. Okay. We'll think about that when we get there. But anyway, just getting the strength could be the same, and applying it. All right. So this is obviously going to be called a status effect name. Okay, we need a strength and a duration, so that's fine. So we just need to make this a status effect name. Okay, so if we don't contain the key, we create a new status effect list. Okay, and we create a new status effect stack inside. There we go. Okay. Now we can just do apply status effect. Right? So we applied a status effect. Okay. That's a lot of stuff that I needed to do. Okay, so we have a passive ability. Okay, so what we essentially need to do here now as well is something like active character.get component character status effects. And we need to do apply status effect. And the status effect name would be the knight passive. Yep. And the strength, I don't know, 0.01. And the duration can be 5F, right? So it's the same. And we'll do something with that later. Okay, so now we just need the status effect itself to do something. So now we can apply them. Character status effect and character buff. Okay, so let's put some of these actually onto something in the game. Okay, hot reload is just complaining about stuff. That's okay. We are in the process, so things won't work exactly the way. So our base character now would have, in addition to all this stuff, we'll have a character buff script, and we'll also have a character status effect script. Right. And what I kind of want to do is I want to add create an empty here, just to organize this a little bit. And I'm going to call this character status effects. Right? And I'm going to add components for the different types of status effects, right? So the first one I want to add here. So let's see. Inside characters. You know what? Let's create... no. Characters inside the night character. So we'll create a night passive effect. Right, so we have an ability which he casts, and then we have the effect which is affecting our characters, right? Okay, and I want to put that in a separate game object here, just because the amount of scripts on a character is getting ridiculous. It's getting difficult to look at those, so I'll just add it over here. So we're going to have night passive effect. Okay, so that's something that all characters has, depending on whether or not, something happens. Okay. And I think it needs, at the very minimum, a serialized field, character status effects. Okay. We'll just call it status effects. Right. And the idea would be that I plug it in, obviously, character status effects. And what this would do is it'll maybe have a... what is that thing? So we'll do unable, on disable. So I'm gonna register to an event. I think. Yeah, I think I wanna do an event. Yo, this guy. How's it, man? Are you doing some moving? Oh, yes. I did, in fact, sort out the RAM issue. So I did a lot of stuff yesterday to try and figure it out. So I've upgraded my Unity version, etc., etc. But effectively, you know what it was? So I figured out, so I had a build of the game. So I went to an old build, and I had those render textures in the old build. So I was like, wait a minute. These render textures are not the enemy. I did something else wrong. But it is now, today, it is the render texture that breaks it, right? So my thought process was at the end, okay, first of all, I did a bunch of other stuff that was fruitless, but eventually I thought to myself, okay, I must have changed a setting in the render pipeline stuff, right? So, Moss, you get your, your RP, render pipeline asset stuff, right? These things. Your mobile RP asset, your PCR, and then there's your URP settings. So it is something to do with rendering and how the rendering is done with those things, and it must have been a setting that I changed. So I went through, and because I do have version control, you accused me that I didn't, I was actually able to go through and find every single change set and check if there was something changed on any of the rendering settings. And a couple of weeks ago, when I was doing the decals, I did change something in my rendering settings. And it was to do with the decals, and obviously I didn't suspect it would change anything else. But it was that setting that made the decals look a little bit better. That also caused the game to break. When I reverted that specific setting, it worked. And obviously you're getting the nice and condensed version of this long and painful process. But yeah. it is working now, and I'm super happy about it. The game is also quite insane at the moment. So we got a new... I got the passive ability for the for the owl to work, and the owl is currently a bit of a monster. Especially if you have a couple of them and they start stacking. We had a playthrough, so I played until the boss level. And I don't know if you remember, but the owl also increases your wisdom, and it's multiplicative, right? And more wisdom means you level up faster. So by the end of the 10 rounds, we had to level up over 3,000 times because of how quickly we were gaining levels. So there's a bit of a runaway effect, but it was insane. Yeah, no, version control saved me, Wallaby. It absolutely did. I'm happy I had it, because I would not have found that setting. It was just a random, it was a toggle, right? One toggle that did everything. Getting professional somewhat, yeah. So a little bit professional. A tiny bit professional. I wonder actually if I can show you this. I should be able to. Let's see, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something quickly. I can also go back into my own live stream, can't I? When did we play the game? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's just look at my own stream. I'm just gonna full screen this. It's gonna be a bit weird. Actually, what does this look like if I just full screen myself over top of myself? It's probably weird. Hey, look at that. Okay, this guy, I'm doing this for you. Okay, so this was level 10. I guess you can also go watch the playback yourself. But here you can see kind of what was happening. We had a level 377 Robin, and then a 400 Owl, a 167 Owl, 162 Owl. That wasn't even the final form. Here I was just clicking through all 100 levels. Okay, let's see. And then, yeah, I think this is the last level. So, watch this. Just watch this. You better be watching. I'm not watching myself play the game because it's fun. I'm watching it because I'm excited and I want you to see it. Okay, check this out. Oh, please, stop waffling. Just play the game. I'm just going to skip forward because this guy, he just doesn't know when to stop talking. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so first of all, you can see the ranger is super quick. That's because of the previous 100 levels. And it's absolute Armageddon because the owls are also very highly leveled. So they are dropping a lot. But it was pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. And if you can see, you'll notice we are at 50 frames pretty solidly. It's like there weren't even enemies on the screen because I was just destroying them too quickly with the fireballs falling from the sky. So, but the owl passive ability is now done. And I think it's amazing. It's not balanced, but it's at least done. Now we're doing the night, and I think the night's going to be pretty special. If we can finish it today even. Yeah. No, the game's getting good. Okay, YouTube, go away. Go sit there and be paused. Okay. Alright, so now we need to apply the actual night effect. So I think we need to get the status effect. And I think... Okay, we need to do a couple of things. I think we need events here. I think we need an event. Yes, I can't remember. How do we do an event again? Event. Change. Let's call it on change status effect. Is that how you do an event? Crying out loud. Or is it a small event? I never know. I haven't done an event in a while. Let's go see where else did I do events. Character buff? No. Stat manager maybe. Not quite. Character data? Surely I have an event here. Oh, event handler. Public event handler. Okay. So something like that instead. I don't want a unit event. They are ugly. I want something like this. Yeah. Public event. Event handler. For event handler. What else did I need to do here? Oh yeah, we need to create a class with the event arcs, right? Yeah. Public class on. Okay, what did I want to call this? On status effect change. Alright, and we extend event args. Damn. Okay, and we basically want to make this. Oh no. On status effect change event arcs. Alright. And I think I plug that in there. And then I do on. That's it, right? So now I have an event with event handler. On status effect change, and we have arguments. Okay. So whenever something changes with the status effect, we can essentially just tell it what it is, right? Yeah, we can just do public status effect name and public status effect. Okay, so let's think about this. Not duration. I think just strength. It's a float. What am I doing? Float strength, right? Actually, can't we just do get status effect strength? What happens if I do this? I've never done this before, so can I do get status? No. Okay, let's just do strength. Okay. Okay, but this is essentially what I want. And on enable, I want the status effects dot on status effect change. And I want to do a plus equal. Yeah, whatever. Let's just make it finish it for me. I'll fix it now. And then we want status effects dot on status effects change to just deregister when we disable. Okay. So something like that. Okay, so every time we get an event from on status effects change, we need to first check if, since this is the night passive, if the e dot name, I think that's what I call it, is equal to the night passive, right? Because that's the only time we want something to happen. Correct? Yeah. So we register and we check if anything changes, but we only do something if it actually changes with the night passive specifically. Okay. Okay, now we can do a bunch of things there. We have a lot of stuff to do still, but anyway. Okay, so when does the status effect change? So obviously over here, when we remove a status effect, that means the total amount has changed, right? So technically our status effect did change, right? So we want to invoke. I can't even remember how to invoke anymore. You create a new event args, right? I think so. So many things I don't remember. Feels like I just forget as we go. Okay, so... Oh, this new... Okay. So we need to do this, and then new event args. And then we can do name. Wait a minute. Name. Okay, so we can change the name. Equals status effect name, right? No, this one. What are you doing? And strength. I guess we can just get the strength here. Right? Well, that makes sense. So what I'm thinking is, this might be wrong, like, every time the effect changes, I need to let the effect know, listen, you've changed, right? You've lost one of your stacks, so you are now less potent. And it makes sense that I just straight up tell it, this is how much less potent you are. Right, instead of letting it know you are less potent and then letting that thing ask, oh, by how much? Right, we can just send all the information in basically straight away. Right, so we can get the name, which makes us just make sure it's affecting the right thing. And then we can just get the strength. Right, and yeah, we can have a private float. We can call it strength inside of the effect itself, and strength can be equal to e dot strength. Right, something like that. So every time the event fires, which means something changed at that side, we let the passive effect itself know, listen, something changed, and we change the strength. Because that's the only thing that really matters. The status effect itself doesn't care whether the... Yeah, it doesn't care what the amount of stacks are or anything like that. The manager kind of handles that. And I think we want to invoke it the same way right here. Oh, it's just because I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. So when we apply a status effect, we tell it, listen, the strength went up. We remove one, listen, the strength actually went down. And we just tell it, here's your new strength. Okay, that seems okay. Now let's see. What does this thing actually do? This is now the difficult part. Okay. So we need something here. So we need something like private void apply night passive effect. Right, and we need to think about what exactly this thing is doing. So, and I think once the strength is updated, we can ask it to apply night passive effect. Right? So every time it's called, apply passive effect knows something needs to happen. Okay. So let's see. We need a couple of things here. Oh, yes, we need a couple. Oh, yeah, we need a few things. So the first thing that I can think of is some kind of a particle system, right? You need a particle system here. Private. I'm just calling it a game object instead. And it's gonna be the VFX, right? So some visual effect. We need a visual effect to represent the area damage zone, right? I don't know what exactly it is, but we need something. It's probably gonna be a combination of a decal and maybe some other particles or something like that. Then we need to scale our character model. Right, that's the other thing we want to do. We want to make him bigger, and we want to apply visual effect. Right? That seems pretty insane, but anyway. How exactly are we going to scale the model? So I don't want to scale everything. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. You have to plug in the model. I think the model would be separate, so we can scale the model without scaling other things. Ooh, but the collider might not scale correctly. We'll figure this out. Don't worry, guys. We'll figure this out. It's gonna work. It's gonna work somehow. Yeah, we're gonna have to see how the colliders work. I'm not sure how they work. Yeah, but a visual effect and a character model at least. And that would be most of it, I think. Okay, so we can apply the passive effect. So every time we apply passive effect, we have to do something with our VFX. So the visual effects dot scale we need to get the transform. Local scale equals vector3.1 multiplied by our strength. Or let's do 1 plus our strength. Right? So we just literally make it bigger. Something like that. Now this might not work perfectly, but let's go with it. Now this one is also going to be difficult, but technically our character model dot transform, I guess, we actually just want to do the same thing. So we want to make it grow by some amount as well. Okay, so now your character is getting bigger, and the radius of the visual effect is getting larger as well, right? Because this is what the knight does. He has steroid magic, which makes everybody stronger. Okay. Yes, I can just imagine how many things I've got to break with this. Okay, tell you what, I want to continue with this, but I need a break. So I'm going to go use the restroom, grab myself another drink, and then I'll be back. Yeah, it's Saturday, right? I can stream a little bit longer. But it's you can see the sun's coming out. Can you see how red my face is getting? I'm getting some color. It's because of the sun. It's reflecting against the wall outside the window, and it's a yellowish wall, I would say, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let me go grab something to drink. Be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's continue to go, shall we? Okay. I think I'm gonna have to start adding the actual effects. Because I feel like this is now technically a thing. We need to plug this in. So the VFX. Let's not do VFX right at this moment. The reason being, it takes a bit of time to create a visual effect, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. Oh, well, technically it's just a game object that I can scale, so I can just create an empty game object right now. And we can see. How's it, Damon? Hello. What do you guys do for 4 hours sitting here, hey? You must be doing something else in the background. Yeah, this guy is just, you're just lying on the couch, I would say. Too old for... Oh, yeah. I've been too old for moving for multiple years now. Refactoring. Good one, Wallaby. I'm probably going to have to do something like that eventually. Ah, that's good. Damon's just listening. He's waiting for an excuse to roast me. He's got his roast button ready. Anyway. Yeah, so we could just add these things and see if it scales. So let's let it okay, so it seems like I'm just gonna go let hot reload recompile proper, just in case there's something I missed. And then we can plug in these things and see what happens. I'm a bit concerned that there are 10 errors here. Character status effect CS. 830. Oh, this was a while ago. This is not now. This is old stuff. Okay, let's clear that. Okay. Okay, so we need a status effects. So we can get that from the player. And we need a visual effect. Okay, so inside character status effects, I think we can create empties. And the visual effect, so this would be the night status effect. VFX, right? Okay, so let's just do that, and then we can drag that in. Now, the character model is a little bit more complicated, because we can't scale the base character, I don't think. Can we? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, wait, no, this is going to be kind of weird. Yeah. So if we can't scale the base character, we need to scale the model. Right, if we look at this, you'd have to grab that and scale it. But now, yeah, everything has a scale already. So I'd have to get the original scale, just so I know where to go back to. Yeah, because currently I am doing vector 1 for my local scale, but so maybe on start actually. Could we do on start? And we can have a vector vector 3 start scale that we could just maybe get. So start scale equals not transform dot local scale character model dot transform dot local scale. Yeah, so we just get the start scale, and then when we apply our, when we change our local scale, we just use our start scale multiplied by whatever, and that way, if our strength is ever 0, it'll just be back to whatever the starting scale was, right? I think that's okay. Okay. Oops. Okay, so that changes the start scale problem, and now, yeah, it's kind of annoying because obviously each model is only added later. So in the status effects, for the night status effect, I'd have to go add this for every character prefab. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's a bit stupid. I do a few things that are a bit stupid, but it's okay. Okay, so let's just do that, and let's just do it for the other characters as well. Okay, so they all now have status effect. I just have to get the character model, plug it in. Okay, so that was the ranger. Let's get the wizard. Status effect, you are this model. I hope this works. I don't think it's going to work exactly the way I'd like. I can already think of a couple of problems. Okay, but that should at least get us halfway. Right? Ah, you know what? Yeah, no, it's gonna be weird because if I scale this only, the yeah, what's gonna happen is like, okay, so let's just open up the, let's show the ninja character, for instance, right? So here's the thing. If I take the duck ninja itself, just the model, right, and I scale it, what happens? The attack zone doesn't change, and I think the actual collider stays the same size as well. So that's actually then not what I want. I want to change the overall scale. Okay, interesting. So that also doesn't change the attack zone size. Very interesting. So it seems like, okay, changing that scale does change at least the scale of... it doesn't change the scale of the attack indicator. Oh, because it's scale invariant. Inherit from hierarchy. Let's see if that changes it. No. Okay, wait. So if I change this one to 2.15, for instance, and look at this one. Okay, so it still has a... How does that work? So how do you get the... Even though that scale is 1... Ah, okay. Inherit from hierarchy, I guess, means look at the local scale of the thing you are on, right? And the attack trigger zone, for instance, 0.8, it didn't change scale A either. So even though this does change at least the scale of the collider, it doesn't change the scale of most other things. What is this blue sphere? Don't recall. Okay, so scaling up the character is a little bit weird. It seems like... I mean, scaling up the character works. We'll make him twice as big, the swords get bigger, and everything else as well. Whatever that blue circle is doesn't change though. Don't know what that is. So my attack indicator needs to be bigger. So my physical range needs to increase and stuff like that as well, right? My damage zone, my attack trigger zone needs to scale. Yeah. So I need to get all these things to scale with the rest of it. I don't even know what does this visual effect scale? Ah, that's another thing. This visual effect stays the same size. Uh-huh. Do a barrel roll? Okay. So just scaling the parent doesn't scale anything in below. Do I need to scale all these things separately? I don't know. That seems a little bit dumb. I'm not gonna lie. But I also don't know. Well, I guess it's the type of thing that I have here. The problem is this decal projector. Yeah, its scale works a little bit differently, so I need to scale that thing itself. And then my attacks and the visual effects for my attacks also do their own thing. And even if I scale this thing, I don't think it cares. Ugh. Okay, so maybe what we could try is, instead of just having a character model for the status effect, should we make this a list of transforms instead? And then we scale everything. Yeah, it really depends, Random Wallaby. Some of it does. So I know you can change the particle effects to be scaling mode, hierarchy. Right, and that should help with that. But my attack triggers and things like that, right? As far as I know, so let me show you the attack trigger. So it's a capsule cast or a sphere cast or whatever, like something like that. So this is a capsule cast, and I give it a capsule size and a position, right? Well, I give it a bunch of things, but the position and the size don't actually change. It'll cast that capsule at the same size every time. It doesn't care about scale. I don't know if you could change something to let it scale. But currently it doesn't. Right, so the capsule size is just what it is. So I could, for instance, change my code to add a scale multiplier or something like that. But I think that's something I would have to code. Because this is just a number, right? The capsule size, for instance. So essentially what I'd have to do is I'd have to, if I scale the parent, if I scale the base object, everything else that I want to have scale, I would have to write code to make sure they follow the scale. If they don't automatically, right? If it's not the default behavior. So for things like capsule casts, particle systems, I'd have to do that one. Okay. What's one more variable? Exactly. Nothing. It's fine. Okay, so we could do this either by... yeah, I actually don't know how I want to go about this. So let's think about this. We can go the character itself, so we can take this base prefab, and we can use its scale somehow to make everything else work. So we can get the base character essentially transform and get the scale, and somehow mathematically use that scale to change everything else. Yeah, we could do something like that as well. The only problem is, like, I don't really have... I think it... Well, I guess the character manager is probably the best place to do this, right? Yeah. Because everything should be easily... everything else should easily get a reference to the character manager at minimum. I think. This is a little bit annoying. Not gonna lie. Yeah, no, I like your local scale.x thing. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, so we could do... So what we could do is we could let the character manager itself have something like a start scale, right? Yeah, I need raycast floats and stuff like that to change as well, and even positions to this guy. So yeah, it's a little less. Unfortunately, the way the stuff is structured kind of makes it now a bit painful. But I don't think it's that bad. So we can do something like private float start scale. Let's just say if we want to have that private float scale, right? So we can just do that on the manager itself. And then all we need to do essentially in the beginning is do start scale. So if we want that equals to transform dot local scale dot x, right? And we can do scale is equal to start scale, right? Just to set everything up. Yeah. Gigantifying the character and then everything changes, like the attack radius and stuff like that will also have to change. Okay, just something straightforward like that. And we could even do on enable. We can even say that on enable we can reset our scale. For instance, if we needed to. Okay, so what we can do is we can do transform dot local scale equals vec for 3.1 and just multiplied by our start scale. Right, if we just want to reset the sizing for everything. That makes you sad. That's making me a bit sad as well, but we'll get there. Yeah, I like. Yes, I guess. I don't know. Okay. And now we can just do two things like private void set scale. Alright, and I guess we can do private void get scale. Which I guess I could have done by just making this public float scale. So you can do m underscore scale. Private float m underscore scale, and then private no public float scale get return m scale set m underscore scale equals value. Right, we can just do that instead of this, and it should work out. Okay. Make it a property. Okay. So now at least we have it somewhere central. It's in the character manager. Okay. So the night status effect then doesn't need a game character. It needs a character manager instead. Right. And the start scale and all that stuff doesn't actually, we don't care. The character manager knows. So what we can do is if we apply passive effects, we actually don't want this even. Ha, this is interesting. So we don't have to change the visual effects necessarily. That's interesting. I'll think about that. Okay, but essentially what we want is character manager dot scale equals okay, let's think about this. Yeah, so we kind of want character manager. Oh, wait a minute. So we want the start scale multiplied by 1 plus strength. Okay, let's try something. Because the start scale for everything is going to be different, right? So let's just give it 1 plus strength. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it. So we give it 1 plus strength. And then our character manager actually doesn't do this, right? Our scale essentially starts as 1. Right, so we just have 1. And then... yeah. Okay, and we can reset it to whatever. Okay. We'll figure this out. Okay, so the scale is a factor that increases the size of things, right? And we have a start scale for everything that will increase in size will have essentially a starting scale. Yeah. That we can reset the thing to. Okay, so then would we just have the character manager, when the scale changes, fire off an event that everything needs to listen to that wants to change the scale? Yeah, the only reason I want to do it in the character manager is because many things already have a reference to the character manager. So listening to an event from the character manager becomes very straightforward, whereas a lot of other things might not have the character manager or anything connected to the character manager or anything like that. So, yeah. I think that makes sense to me, at least. Some things might not work exactly, but let's think about our attack trigger, for instance. So we have it, and we have access to our character data already. Like, I don't want to get more stuff in here. But having access to our character data, we should be easily getting our character manager. But now that I think about it, this is kind of a data thing, so maybe I shouldn't use the manager. Maybe I should just use data from the start. Because it's a data in the way that I would say anything is like character health and etc., right? And whether you are dead and what your stamina value is, it's something that we keep track of. Yeah. Maybe we do it in character data, because I think most things will have access to character data. Like your attack trigger uses character data, get your maximum cooldown. Okay. What else? Let's just go through it and think about this. So our visual effects, where are they managed? So these are sword slashes and swirls and stuff like that. I put them in here. Who plays them? It might actually be our animator events that plays most of those. Yeah, sword slashes. Yeah, okay, so most of that happens here. And we kind of want them to change size, or at least the visual effects parent to change size. So maybe we can do that in a different place. It's a bit annoying, not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. Your character manager actually also has access to the animator character scriptable object. Let's see, attack trigger, so that's the other thing. So our attack trigger, we'd like to change the capsule size and the far point, or actually just the position itself would need to change. The Z position. Okay. Yes, like this is... a little bit annoying. Okay. I'm running out of steam, guys. It's been 5 hours. My steam is low. Like everything feels like a lot of effort right now. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, so let's see. When we set the scale, one of the things we can do is we can do transform dot local scale, and we can set it equal to our start scale. Well, vector 3.1 multiplied by our start scale, right? Which is at least some value, multiplied by, in this case, value, right? So it's the scale value that we get. So that should at least increase the size of our character transform. Right? So that's an easy one. Now our attack trigger is a little bit more complicated. So yeah, now attack trigger, maybe we should have a something like a public void scale attack, and we give it a float scale. Right, and then inside our character manager, we also do attack trigger dot scale attack, and we give it what? Whoa. Okay, we give it the M underscore scale, right? So we just give it the scale. So we set the scale and then we give it the scale, right, for the attack. And if you think about that, so what should this then do? So it would also have a starting scale, I guess. Or many things will have a starting size, that's the thing. Yeah, like our capsule size, attack trigger capsule size will be a thing. The position of our attack trigger point, the position of this thing itself, all of that would need to be scaled up. Yeah, and the problem is, so I have to store that stuff first, the original values, before I change them. That becomes a little bit awkward. That's annoying, right? It's a little annoying. So start, so essentially we want all of these again. Well, okay. We want a float, which is the start attack trigger capsule size. And then we want a private I guess it's going to be a vector 3 start. This would be the start position, and then another one for our far point. Point bar position, right? This is a bit weird. I don't need to... Yeah, no, I don't need to scale... The position doesn't scale, though. So I'm not... Yeah, maybe you're right, but... So if I think about this, if I just made the scale 2, right? Did the position actually move? Oh, it does. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, so it does move out. And the decal also changes size? What? Okay. So I just need to change the floats, okay. I don't know why. Okay, now the decal is doing weird stuff. But the decal did change. You saw that, right? The decal moved. It didn't previously. I mean, if that works, then that's good. Then, yeah, I did say inherent from hierarchy. So it looks like maybe my decal is gonna change size. It was just not changing size before. Maybe it's a bit slow. But maybe in the game when it's actually updating correctly, it will update size. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, let's not worry. Let's see if we can at least get these and then this visual effects. I think I need to... no, it will scale. I just need to change these to scale as well. Okay, wait. Maybe this is going to be very much less painful than I thought. I just need the attack trigger zone, the capsule sizes that I make here. I need those to change. Okay, maybe this is then okay. Yeah. So we just need the start capsule size, and then so okay, when we update this, we just need attack trigger capsule size is equal to scale multiplied by start attack trigger capsule size. And at start, we just have to make sure that our start is equal to attack trigger capsule size. So we just need to do that at the beginning and make sure everything works out. Okay. Yeah, that made more sense. I was kind of tripped up by the fact that I didn't see it move here. Which I guess makes sense. Okay. So that should work for the duck. The wizard, as far as I know, attack. He also has a attack trigger zone. But essentially we're just changing the capsule. So that should be fine for the wizard. Oh, you know what? We should also then change all the visual effects for the characters. Okay. So let's go through them. So the visual effects themselves will scale. So these slashes. Okay, this is unfortunate. So we just need to make it scaling mode hierarchy, I think. Yeah. And then they would scale. We could test this real quick, right? So we can just open up the chicken. And we can grab this and we can play it, right? And we can see a boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. And we can play this one. So that's what it is. Now if I take this chicken and I make it much bigger. And I play it again. Yeah, it did get bigger. Okay, the bubbles didn't get bigger, but they should get bigger in code. Okay, so that works out fine. So we just need to scale with hierarchy. The ranger. She doesn't actually have any... Oh, I wonder if we want to scale the size of the arrows. So she shoots bigger arrows. It'd be kind of weird. But that could be something we do. Okay, I think the scaling is fine. Yes, I hope it's fine. I think it's going to be fine. So let's just go see. So the Knight passive effect has a reference to the character manager, and it will change the character manager's scale based on the strength. 1 plus whatever the strength is. Okay. And then inside the character manager, it will then take that scale, multiply it by the start scale to increase the local scale of the character, and it will also set the scale or scale the attack zone itself, and everything else, because it's in the hierarchy, should just kind of come with it. Okay, so that's good. Now we just need to make it so that the Knight passive effect, so this is applied to everybody. Let's just go see in our base character if I have set everything up that needs to be set up. So right here we need to recompile and just make sure I drag everything in here that needs to be dragged. Okay, so the visual effects, I don't have one yet. I'll add one later. I just want to see if the size changes. Okay, character manager. It just comes from there. Okay, so that should now work. Theoretically, hopefully. We'll do the visual effect later. I really hope this works. Okay, so that's the Knight. No, that's now all the characters should be set up. So if I look at the Knight special or the Knight status effects on any one of these characters, it is all set up here. Now the Knight special attack itself, no, not the special attack, the Knight passive ability. Wait, I haven't added that to the Knight yet. What? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, I haven't. So we need to add the passive ability of the Knight. Right. Okay, spawn timer. Okay, we need a couple of things. We need the character data. We need a spawn timer and a base damage. Okay, let's just go in there and change that. Okay, so it's not going to be spawn timer. It's going to be cost timer max. Right? And it's not base damage. It's base strength. Okay. Oh yeah, I kind of just... Okay, so a lot of this stuff is just kind of hard-coded right now. Okay, well, let's change that. So we apply buff movement speed. Okay, so here we need to think about this. The second one is the duration. Okay, so the duration for the Knight passive ability is a little bit different. So it has a base strength, but it also has a private float duration, right? Okay, so let's think about that. So the duration is what we put in here. Okay, and then the other one is the strength. Right, so the strength, I think that should be like a percentage, like 0.01%, for instance, so a 1%. Okay, but that's base strength. The base strength would be offset by our passive strength, right? So if we look at the wizard passive ability, we have damage or strength must be offset like this, right? So we can kind of copy this maybe, and let's go to the knight passive ability. Okay, and we can do this type of thing where we now have a base strength. Okay, and we can just call this the actual strength. Gonna be such a pro at okay, so something like that. So it's gonna be base strength plus character data passive strength times 0.01. So the idea would be that our base strength would be multiplied by 2 if we have 100% passive strength, which makes sense. So if our base strength is 0.01, which is a 1% increase, which kind of seems a little bit weak, so let's do 10%. It'll go up by 10%. Now the only thing is our movement speed should also scale with base strength, but I don't think not base strength, with the actual strength. So the stronger the effect, the greater this should be, but I don't think it should be exactly 1-to-1. I think it should be like a 10th of whatever the strength is. So if we have a 10% increase in size, we should have a 1% decrease in speed. Maybe I might change this, but well, let's change it. Let's make it 1, 2, 3, right? So you lose a third of your movement speed. So if it's a 10% increase in size, you get a 3% reduction in your movement speed, roughly. Okay, and the duration is the same. Okay, this might not work. So we get active character, get component, character status effect. Oh wait, no, that does work. So character status effects does just live on the character itself, right? Character status effect does live on the character itself. Okay. It has a yeah. It works with a event, and our knight passive effect actually does have this event, so we should see scaling happen now. Okay, am I missing something? There's a very good chance I'm missing something. Let's just recompile this and just check the knight passive ability quickly. And then I think we can give it a shot. Okay, so cast timer, I think we do 5 seconds. Right, base strength 0.1 is fine. Duration, let's do like 2 seconds, right? It's not a massive duration. Okay, now I should maybe have a maximum amount of stacks that we can have. Potentially. That doesn't seem like a completely terrible idea. Okay, but that's the one thing. Now, we also need to go to our player manager still. And here we have our character passives. And we should kind of do something like this, right? We should check if the party member has the knight passive ability. And then we should do knight passive dot update. Okay, so if we go through our party members, if there is a knight there, we let the passive update occur for the knight, right? Yeah. And then eventually it'll inject steroids, which makes everything happen. Okay. Let's see if this works. So about the size of the boss? I don't know. Maybe not. It can maybe we become a proper juggernaut. Yeah, so I think we're gonna hit play. It's not gonna work right, I don't think. Initially, we need to get our team up. But let's just try testing it, right? Let's just try testing it quickly. Okay, so we already have null reference exception errors. What? I don't understand. Okay, I think it might be the buff. Yeah, so on start, it's trying to create more character stats UI. And the more character stats UI, when it gets created, it actually needs to call the character stat manager. And then it needs to get stat total. Now what I'm thinking is happening here, since we added the buff, yeah, so we do get stat total, and since we now have this buff amount, I think it might not actually work somehow. Like it's not initialized or something like that. Yeah, because it's unenabled, you see that? Unenable. So it's trying to grab this dictionary, but the dictionary doesn't exist yet. So it's trying to figure out... Yeah, it called get buff amount. Yeah. And it obviously checked for a key and stuff like that, which it's not allowed to do. Okay. So we can just do this. If buffs is equal to 0, we just return 0f. Let's see if that helps. I think I added the component, but that's not a bad question at all. But I've run into this before, where the UI wants to get something, and because the start sequence is not always the same, sometimes it's fine, like it just has it. Character buff, yeah, so character buff exists, but I'm telling you it's that dictionary. Because it's unenable, right? So awake happened probably, and it's like, oh, cool, let me go get the buff amount. And it's like, wait a minute, there's no dictionary here. And it explodes, right? Yeah. I didn't know you could initialize them in an exact order. But yeah, you can see the last thing that calculate base stats. So it failed right here, which I can guarantee you is because of the buff amount. Okay, but now it'll try to get the buff, which it should be able to do. Right? It's gonna come here, get buff amount with a stat, and all that's gonna happen is you're gonna see, oh wait, there's no dictionary, just return 0. And that's okay. Theoretically. Okay, that didn't change anything. So it's still got over here, and then it says Stat name, object reference, not an instance of an object. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not set character buff? Yeah, I have it as a private thing here, but I might not have. Oopsie. The stat manager probably doesn't know about it. What do I bet you? Let's just go in here. And if we look at the stat manager, yeah, character buff. It doesn't know. Okay, let's try again. There we go. It worked. Okay, so we still have this team. So this team's not going to help us test the chicken passive, right? So let's go to main menu. And let's select a different team. Alright, so we can do dev mode and we can play. And let's just do all chickens. Yeah, I like that idea. Albert, Bruce, Chuck, and Duke. Damn! Sounds like a banger of a team. Seems like there's a new problem now. Anybody want to hazard a guess what's currently happening here? Where's my character? Ah, scale 0. Yeah, for crying out loud. How did I get that right? And that means the starting scale is now 0 for all of them, always, I guess. Right, let's just do a debug here. Start scale 0. Yeah, that seems like a problem. Let's go see. How the hell does that even work? Okay, let's see. Character manager start scale is equal to, so we set it equal to transform. So when we start, the start scale is transform.localscale.x. Do we set the scale at any point? So I'm thinking maybe our start scale is not saved, and then this happens. Scale, find references. Yeah, it's okay. So it's in the passive effects. That shouldn't have happened, right? Well, you know what? A couple of debug statements. It's never a bad thing. Debug.log. Oh my word. Apply night passive effect. Right? So we can put one there, because that's the first place the scale would set. And it's 1 plus strength, right? So there's no way it changed in some weird way. Okay, so we set it. Then our local scale would be our start scale, which in this case for the chicken is normally 1.7, right? So it's going to be 1.7 times vector.1, which is just 1.7, you know, multiplied by our scale, which at minimum is 1. Am I setting a local scale? So I just... Oh, wait. on enable. Whoops-a-doopsie. Okay, wait a minute. Vector 1 multiplied by start scale. But on enable, that shouldn't be a problem, right? On enable. But wouldn't start have ran first? So this is just to reset our scale, right? But I changed start scale to my local scale first. Yeah, start then enable. No, that makes sense to me. So it'll start, set the start scale. We can even debug.log start plus start scale. Right, now we can see when it starts what the start scale is set to, and then the local scale would be 1 multiplied by our start scale. Oh, you can't, are you kidding me? Is on enable before start? That changes everything. Why? Okay. You know what? Then this is just gonna be awake. Right? We just have to change it to awake. This could actually cause a couple of other problems. Because I think I worked with the idea that start happens first in a couple of other places. I can't remember where. I remember we were talking about it. I was firmly of the belief that starts first. Most times it doesn't make a difference, but this time it did. Okay, but anyway, if this is awake, so then we can set this stuff. And our scale and all that good stuff. And then we set our local scale. And then it should be fine, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's... Shall we try it then? This should work now. Oh, I don't even know what mode we are in. Are we in dev mode? Might not be. It's really thinking about it. It's thinking about it a lot. Why? You don't have that much to think about. I mean, I changed this to an awake. Is that really... And I put a couple of debugs in there. And it's struggling. Unity, just don't crash, whatever you do. Just finish. Just get to the end, please. Yeah. It's weird though, because this is the longest it's compiled ever. I don't think I've ever seen it compile this long. Or reload the domain this long, whatever it's doing. This is a new record for me. That's why I'm scared. Yeah, it looks hung. But how do you stop it? How do I tell it to chill? And don't be telling me I need to force it. Oh, okay. This might be a crash then, I guess. Well, thank you for that, Unity. I didn't really change much in the scene though, so it shouldn't be that bad. The scene is pretty much just the same. I only changed the scripts, right? And I mean, that is saved. VS Code is Visual Studio did save that. Okay, so what do you guys think? Good old Task Manager. Here we go. Not responding. So it says here, not responding. I'm not super thrilled about the idea. To forcefully end this, that always feels bad, but I guess end task. Well, yeah, I think I'm literally looking at the same spot I was before. Let's just double check a few things. Like, did I give... Okay, I could take out the bomb decal maybe. That's not a bad idea. But also in the player, let's go to the character and let's just see if the stat manager has a buff plugged into it. Yes, it does. So I've done that. Okay, so let's just enable the dev tools and give it a play. Okay, we have a couple of errors. Okay, so we're back on this thing, so it's trying to grab something that it doesn't have. Okay, so it's both of the UIs. I don't know if that is really a problem. But yeah, it seems like it was a get upgrade character data. Okay, you know what? Let's just go main menu. I'm just gonna restart this thing. Because I see it did forget my character selection, so we'll put it in dev mode here. Let's clear this and see if it works out. Add a bunch of chickens, continue, start. Okay, no errors, so it was something with starting in dev mode there. Now, if we play, nothing should happen. If I start activating passives, I'm not seeing anything happen. So somewhere, somehow, my code isn't running. Because I think I did put a debug in, hey? I hope. Maybe it forgot that as well. I don't know. Okay, but if we look at, for now, we can check the character. So it did get the scale. That's good. Cast timer is not being incremented. Interesting. So it's something is happening. Yes, our cast timer isn't running, so it's never going to cast. Yeah, so the cast timer is not being incremented, so that's basically the problem. Okay. So let's just stop and go check. 1.7 is the default, yeah. We can start hard reload again. Okay, so the cast timer, so if we go to the character night passive effect, no, night passive ability. Okay, if we are in the observation deck, which technically we would be because we plus time passed, we get it. Times our strength. So it would at least be the time passed float that gets put in here, right? And this is called from over here. So it should have called this at least. Oh, I clicked on the wrong character, I think, as well. Okay, well, that's maybe my bad. Maybe it was working. Okay, maybe that was being called. But if it was... Okay, so let's see. Character passive ability. Okay, let's do a debug log here. At least, so that we can see... you know, what is happening. Strength would be base strength, which is a small amount, but that's okay. It's supposed to be. So what we can do is inject steroids plus strength. Right, those are the two important ones that we just need to see if they are actually, if this is actually running. I think it should be running. Okay, but now we have a debug, so if it's visually not changing the size, maybe that could help us. Oh, am I in dev mode? I don't think so. Oh, I am in dev mode. Okay, great. Okay, so if we play and we enable one passive. Okay, steroids was injected. Okay, there's definitely a problem here, right? We are getting bigger, but I think I need to do tween or something here. Hey. Let's activate them all. That's a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Let's see if the decal increases in size. Doesn't look like it, right? The decal kinda stays the way it is. Yeah. And let's put on gizmos. Okay, but it does seem like our attack radius does scale. Maybe. No, it doesn't. That bubble seems like it's the same size. Oh, and our attack is just not working right now. Oh, interesting. That is kind of interesting. Oh, you know what that is? Our attack radius is also 0. The same thing with our scale. Okay, let's switch off all the passives. Did we just go down to a smaller size? Okay, that might not be... you think I scaled it? Maybe. Okay, but there's another problem here. I think I'm smaller now than I started out as. Oh no. Apparently this was my size from the beginning. I feel smaller than I started. Grow. Yeah, okay, the decal definitely doesn't grow. And I think there's a problem with the capsule. Okay. Now, unfortunately, those capsule casts are difficult to debug. Because you don't see them. Or maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe you can see them. Yeah. We didn't go all the way with the decal. Okay, let's see attack trigger. Right, so the start attack trigger capsule size. Okay, so we have a start size and we have an attack trigger capsule size. And let's just see when we scale. Okay, when this is called, and I think it is called sometime. Okay, but anyway, attack trigger capsule size equals scale multiplied by the start. Now what's interesting is this gizmo does get that size, but it doesn't actually change. I don't know if the on draw gizmos doesn't happen, so maybe I should call it again, just to refresh it or something. That might just happen once and it doesn't refresh. So just to visualize it, I'm going to do that. And then maybe the start size is 0, and that's why I'm not actually attacking anything. Because we have a start and an on enable here. And our attack trigger capsule size would be fine on start, right? I think so. I don't know why. Something is happening where my attack is not being triggered. For some reason. The only thing that makes sense is if the capsule size becomes super tiny for some reason. Which is possible. Oh wait, do we have to do scale? Wait a minute. This float, let's just go back. Okay, where's this called? The scale is 1 normally, and we set it so it would be 1.1 or something, right? That's what we set it to? Yeah, 1 plus strength. So if it's like 1.1, so it will never be less than 1. That's the important thing. So that means even if I have it as 1, the capsule size would just be exactly the start. Right, so that's weird. I'm not sure what is going on there. Okay, let's just play it again and see if, before we inject any steroids, if we can at least attack something, because it seems like our attack was disabled somehow. Which I don't understand, but let's give it a go. Okay, before we do any steroid injections, let's just see if I can attack. I can't. That's weird, eh? That's very strange. Capsule size 0. What? Why is it 0? Okay, let's just go check in the night. 2.5. Yeah, it should be 2.5. Why? I set it at 2.5 in the inspector. Okay, just take that up. Why would it be 0? Oh, now we need to check where I set my attack trigger capsule size. I don't set it anywhere. I set it here. So at scale attack, but scale attack shouldn't happen. Right, and even if it does, it should be fine because the scale of the character itself is okay. So why the hell? Oh, cheers, this guy. Have a good evening, man. Nothing should change this. Things only reference this. That's so weird. I mean, this thing changes it, obviously, but why? Why? This is a weird one. Because it's clearly set there. And I don't think I do it backwards, right? I'm not that dumb. Yeah, I take the start and I set it equal to whatever the attack trigger capsule size is. So this thing has a value, and then at start I set it equal. And then I try and print it out immediately afterwards. It prints out 0, as far as I remember. Attack trigger. They're all 0. How come? What's changing it? Okay, so it's not setting it to 0. It starts at 0. Okay, let's not do that. What if you just attack trigger capsule size? I just want to see that one. Not even the start one. And yeah, let's not even do this either. Let's just take that out. So we're not scaling this thing at all. We're just keeping it as is. We just want to see... We want to see exactly the 2.5 that it's supposed to be. Okay. So that's okay. So they all start at 2.5. Okay. And then let's go to the next step. So now I just want the start attack trigger capsule size to be equal to that thing that's 2.5, and then I want to print out the start attack trigger capsule size. Right. So the only thing is, maybe scale attack is able to run before? Nah, this is in the character manager. How the hell would that happen? Unless it's setting it at the start or something weird. Oh, it might actually. It might actually trigger this. Ah. So if I do, I think it does actually do a trigger there. So if I do debug.log scale attack ran, I think that is what's happening. The scale attack is running. So let's see if I'm correct. Yeah, it's definitely auto prevents. No, definitely. I know that. Yeah, this is a common problem I run into. But yeah, because the night, that setting up of that value happens even before any start functions run. Yeah, scale attack ran. Look at that. Scale attack ran. So this happens way before the start happens. Look at all the things that happened before the trigger, the start code is actually happening. Yep. So I know of a couple of ways we can fix this. So we can do it like this. If I think there's one that you can do start. Yeah, we can do something funny like this actually, which is a bit weird. But we might get away with it, right? We could just call this start, did start, and it basically asks, because I don't necessarily want scale attack to run at the beginning. I don't need it to scale right away. I need it to scale later on when I actually start applying the effects. So we can, before we try to scale the attack, just make sure that the start function, the start did actually happen, at least the first time, right? And then after that, everything should be hunky-dory, I believe. But let's recompile that, and I think this is gonna work for us. So it's an interesting, or it's a crude way of doing it, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, don't worry. Okay, so yeah, okay, obviously we can change that stuff. So we can play. We have a character here. Now if we start running the scaling. Ah, look at that. Look at that gizmo get bigger. Yeah. Okay, we definitely need to make it so that it's less weird, but he's definitely going. And I think I don't know what the other circle is for. I think one is for damage and the other one is for... Huh. So this is now a funny one, right? I think my intuition about how the scaling should work is actually incorrect. I don't think it should stack upon itself like it's doing. I think in this case, it might be better if another stack kind of refreshes the duration. No, but that also is a little bit weird. Then effectively, you just get infinitely big. But I definitely don't... It's a little bit jarring if your character does this all the time, right? Even if it's smooth. Like, smooth would be better. But it is a bit weird if it does this all the time, don't you think? I feel like that is a bit weird. It might be better if the Chicken Knight does exactly one cast, essentially, to increase the size of the enemy, the character. So all of the Chicken Knights casts their passive one time, and then that's it. So you go big, and you stay big for a duration. Or maybe the whole duration. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they can recast. It's a weird one, right? Because I don't know if it should last forever. But I also don't think it should bounce between values all the time. $10 seconds cast time or duration? What are you thinking here? Okay, so the cast time is 5. The duration is 2. Or maybe we should do it in reverse. Maybe the duration should always be a little bit longer than the cast time. So we make the duration, let's say 5 seconds. Or, well, let's do it 6 seconds in this case. And what if we did it like this? So you can grow over time, but you should never fall back down over time. Yes. Cast timer. The cast timer is exactly how frequently it casts, and then we have a duration. So what I'm thinking is, what if we cast timer, make it less than the duration, and then the idea would be that as you get stronger, you might get multiple casts for one duration, and then it stacks like that. Would that work? Well, let's try it. I mean, this is complicated. Yeah, you only shrink when the knights stop casting. Yeah. So you'll be constantly growing up to a maximum, I would say. Because the knights are never going to stop casting, right? Let's see what I'm already getting big. Okay, we can see that. So there is a little bit of a thing here still, because the duration isn't infinite. Yeah, but it's still a little janky, right? Also, my movement speed doesn't seem to be reducing by the amount I wanted to. I feel like your attack speed should be slower as well, right? Like if you get this big, it's like... Oh, the animation speed isn't changing. That's what's bugging me. Yeah. Okay. You think I should make the cast timer slower? Yeah, it's not that bad. Let's make the cast time 1 second and the duration 6 seconds. So that essentially means that each chicken should be able to get 6 stacks active at a time. Right? Does that make sense? So if it's a duration of 6 seconds with a cast time of 1 second, it means each chicken should be able to get 6 stacks active at any moment. That's essentially what it's going to come down to, right? The amount of stacks will be the duration divided by the cast timer. That any one chicken can have active. So if you make it 3 seconds, it should be roughly 2. Now obviously there's some variance here, so it's probably going to be not super smooth. And that could be what the passive strength affects. The cast interval. Well, I think the passive strength is currently affecting the cast interval and so if you look at this, so the passive strength is obviously affecting the cast timer, right? So it's affecting the interval. So it's casting more frequently because of a higher passive strength. And then the strength of the cast is actually also being affected by a passive strength. And the strength, oh wait, duration is its own thing. I don't actually change the duration based on strength. I only change how frequently you cast based on strength, and duration currently is a set time. We'll make it work somehow. Alright, let's go play again with the more frequent casts, and let's just see what happens. This is obviously now where you have to start thinking about this, and might have to play with this a little bit more. But okay, so let's do 1 chicken casting, right? So let's just have a chicken. We don't have 20, because that might also be something that's kind of jarring, is the fact that we have many chickens trying to cast. Okay, so you see he gets a 3rd cast in, and then one of the other ones kind of expire. So you get 3 times, and then 1 expires. So now we on this, which I feel like that is not necessarily what I want the enlargement from the chickens to do, right? I feel like the chicken casting should be like a chant or a continuous cast. Like he's continuously enlarging you. And he's not like casting and then sitting back and waiting. Casting, sitting back and waiting. That's kind of what the fireballs do, right? It's like, cast a fireball, wait a minute. Cast another fireball, wait a minute, right? That's how the fireball goes. But this one feels like it should be a continuous cast. As long as the chicken has his eyes on you, you get the buff, essentially. And the more chickens have their eye on you, the greater the buff. But it stays. It doesn't just fall off all the time. I think that's better. It's a little simpler, but I think it's going to make more sense. I mean, you don't have this. Yeah. Yeah, infrequent boosts could also be kind of good. That lasts a bit longer, right? Yeah, and then you can do a nice tween to scale everything up and back down. Not a jagged thing like what I did. Infrequent large boost would be more satisfying. So you think every once in a while you just go absolute insane. So we can try that. So how do we do multiple? Okay, so what that would maybe make it so that the interval. We'd need to think about the interval. So we'd want all the nights to synchronize in that case, right? Because you wouldn't want... Yeah, we'd want all the nights to synchronize. You wouldn't want one night to start the cast before another one, and then it's kind of like weird. We'd want them all to have... To add all this... the boost together and then apply it once. Okay. You could try and visualize that. So let's say cast timer. Okay, so let's say every 10 seconds, you get a massive boost that lasts 5, and it's a 0.5%, 50% boost. Okay, let's do constant small cast. So the cast timer should be like 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds maybe. Well, if we make it 0.19 seconds, it'll happen on each 0.2 update, right? Cast strength, so that would be 0.01, so only a 1% increase, but very frequent. And then the duration, make it 1 second, something like that. Let's just see what that looks like, right? So this is just testing it. So we should get 5 casts off, which is a 5% increase. Let's see how it looks, at least. Let's see how it looks. We can obviously add more chickens, and then it becomes more interesting, but... Alright, so we start, we run around, 1 chicken buffs us. And I think we are bigger. Okay, you can see a little bit of jittering as they fall off and get reapplied. So that's a bit unfortunate. I would like to get rid of that. Now if we get another chicken in here, and another, I don't see... I don't know if it's just very slow or something. Yeah, 0.2 is the minimum because of how we wrote the coroutine, that's right. But I know what you're saying. We could try 0.05? I don't know. And then 0.001? Okay. We could try something like this, right? And then we can do... In our player manager, we can just take it out of the coroutine and do it in an update. It just seems like that is a little bit... I don't know. That seems a little bit of a dumb way to do it. Because the effect is it's going to feel like you're doing it almost like a permanent buff, essentially now. Where is my player manager? Right, it's going to feel like a permanent update. Yeah, so we're going to have to do all of this here. And then we give it time, or delta time, right? And for now, we can just take that out. So the reason I don't like this is because it's like... We are essentially just continuously applying this thing, and it's gonna feel like it's one cast, so it might be better to do it once and let it scale up, stay there for a while, and let it scale down with a tween or something like that, and then cast it once more and let it do that. But okay, we can out just at least see what this looks like. So now we're giving it very small time intervals because we're giving it time.delta time instead for the night specifically. And we're not doing the wizard is still going to be done the same way, even though we don't have any wizards currently. Right, let's see. Okay, so we can play and we can click boom. Alright, so we're still a bit shaky, unfortunately. Get another chicken in here, get another chicken in here. Yeah, so I mean, adding more chickens does add more size. Damn, look at how shaky I've become. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. And now if we take one off, we reduce in size and shakiness. And there we normal. Yeah, okay. But this is a good start, right? We've started with something at least. How does this actually affect our frame rate? I haven't even checked. It doesn't seem like our frames care about this too much. Let's spawn a couple of enemies while we shaky. Okay, we should definitely change the animation speed for the attack as well. Ah, that looks terrible. Okay. Calm down, chicken. There we go. It's nice and calm. Yeah, one thing at a time, right? This is an incremental effort. You do a little bit, you do a little bit more, you do a little bit more, and before you know it, you have something amazing like the fireballs for the owl. But it's been over 6 hours since I started the stream. It's almost the afternoon. So I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for joining me today, guys. I do appreciate that. Some of you have been here for almost the whole stream, which is kind of insane. But thanks anyway. Let's see. We should go say hello to somebody if there is anybody online to say hello to. People I follow. Puffin Bear. Puffin Bear and Imaginary Villain. That's all. Yeah, we did make some progress. And I have other work to do anyway today, so I guess I'll do that. Alright, let's go say hi to Imaginary Villain. He's the only guy I have online that I know. So, Star Trek. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.